Test. Hey, can I get someone, just let me know if you can hear me? You're
Coming
good.
through okay.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is James Forney. I'm the chair of the Access 2021 Organizing Committee. On behalf of my fellow organizers and all of the conference volunteers, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to Access 2021. I'm joining you from the traditional and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. Many of our organizers live and work here, and it's where I am here on the downtown campus of Vancouver Community College. So I'd like to just acknowledge and reflect on the actions we can make towards reconciliation and decolonization in everything we do, from decolonizing our catalogs, making our spaces more accessible. Uh, as always, I'd like to ask everyone to take a look at our code of conduct on our website. The code of conduct applies to every conference event, and I encourage you to review it. This year, our community support volunteers are the members of our organizing committee, and you can find their names on the About Access 2021 page. In addition to this Zoom, these sessions are streamed live on YouTube, and we have real-time captions, which I hope you can see down here. Can you see those? If you have an issue with that, if you're presenting and you have an issue with that, let me know. We can turn that off. It will still continue to go into the view transcript section, where you can always view the transcription. I'd like to take this moment to thank OCLC, our sponsor of the Dave Binkley Memorial Lecture on Friday. And I'd also like to thank the BC Libraries Cooperative for keeping our books, and specifically Scott Leslie, who's been very supportive and helpful and put up with a lot. So thank you, Scott, if you're watching. Our main conference program will be running every day this week from 9 a.m. to approximately 1 p.m. Pacific time in this Zoom room. Today we'll begin with some sessions and close off the day with our opening keynotes by Jonathan Dewar and Tao Kukutai. Wednesday will be our Hackfest and workshops. And on Friday, Laura Tribe of Open Media will be giving our Dave Binkley Memorial Lecture, which will close off the conference. So we have an opening reception today. It's at about 1:30 Pacific time. You need to register. If you haven't, you can still register on Eventbrite. You don't need to select an admission ticket, just select the reception. And if you miss it, you can always email us and we'll see what we can do. We just have a limited number of slots. There's going to be an email going out at 1 p.m. with the connection info to all the people who have registered. Sloths, what's that all about? Last year we chose goats as a theme. A lot of same organizers were organizing this year, and we thought of it sort of like in Fast and the Furious, bringing the old team back together for one last heist, that type of thing. But we're all burnt out, so maybe we don't feel like going fast and furious, so we'll go slow and furious. So sloth seemed appropriate. I should probably turn off this thing, eh? There we go, and I can just look at me. So the sloth, that's where the sloth comes from, and we have a slow conference session and social event, and that will be on Tuesday, meditation with Alex, and then on Thursday we have a mediated rant, so that's the furious part. Every year, Access also runs a Hackfest, and this is no exception. So it'll be an opportunity to collaborate with other like-minded people on projects. So check out our social events page for information about that. We'll be sharing a sign-up sheet, I believe, over Twitter. It'll be on Wednesday. Also on Wednesday, we have 2 workshops, one on regular expressions and one on Jekyll. And we're also hoping to move, if people are interested in a Hackfest session, to move the Access website to Jekyll from WordPress. We'd love to do that. So that would be exciting. Reply to a message I have. So as we kick off, I'll also point you to the official Access swag, accessconference.ca/digital swag. This year we have our Slow and the Furious theme, sloth avatars, Zoom backgrounds, and demotivational posters. That's a word to say. So as always, if you need any other assistance, you can tweet at us, AccessLibCon, or email accesslibcon@gmail.com. And we have a Slack. It is access-conf.slack.com. So we have an invite, which has a lot of characters in it, and I'm not going to read out, but I can actually paste that in the chat right now if you're interested. Here, paste. Good. Well, I think we're right on time to continue on. So let's continue on with our first session. Hi, Eka. Eka will be moderating the first set of lightning talks. So I'll hand it over to you.
Thanks, James. So we're gonna kick right off, and I just want to say to any of our presenters, if you have any connectivity issues or if anything's going on, Slack is the best way to get in touch with us right now, but we're also monitoring email. I'm going to introduce our first presenter, Anson Parker. Anson, are you here? Can I see
Hi,
you?
how are you doing? Sure.
Excellent. So Anson is going to be presenting on IPFS, minting NFTs and improving data science. And Anson Parker works in the University of Virginia Health Sciences Library, focusing on accessible development and open source, specializing in GIS and Python, and learning decentralized tools with the rest of the world. Over to you.
Hi. Okay. I don't know if I can turn on video or not. Doesn't really matter. So my work right now, I'm doing some research on IPFS for the Interplanetary File System. And, you know, the internet has had a referencing problem for years. Files are found in directories, they're found at the end of websites, and those files can be mutated pretty easily. So www.google.com/file.html can turn into another file pretty easily. And I am on video if anybody is there, but that's okay. There we go. Let's try that. Cool. Hey guys. Not that the face matters a whole lot, but sometimes it's nice to see what somebody's trying to communicate. So the internet has had this referencing issue for years, right? Where people put files into places and they reference them, and this happens in data science a lot. You know, you've got a data science set of content, and the files change. Oh, I was looking for that file. Oh, I changed that file. Those are the common issues. IPFS attempts to addresses it reasonably well with by making sure that files are unique, and it does this by creating file names that are reflective of the content inside of the file. So you end up with a 100-character file name, and it's called a Merkle tree. That's the back end of it. It's these cryptographically signed hashes that give you a file name. And that file name is immutable, and it's unique inside of the IPFS file system. So you end up, if you reference a file, you 100% know that you're referencing that file because it is the cryptographic signature of the data inside of the file. So it's called content referencing versus location addressing. And that's really the core of IPFS, is that you now know exactly which files you're talking about. And this is really big in data science. For those of you who have worked in that field, you are referencing content and you're saying, oh, which version of it is it? All of that kind of goes away. You say, in my research, you say, okay, here's the file that I'm referencing. You 100% know in the future that that is going to be the same file. Because if you were to edit the file at any time, the name of the file would change, right? It would be a different cryptographically signed hash, and you wouldn't be able to access that content. So that's kind of an exciting new feature. It's also a decentralized tool and is part of the Web3 ecosystem. And that brings us into NFTs, which I think get a really bad name. I think Web3, Bitcoin, blockchain in general gets a bad name because of stuff like CryptoKitties and Dogecoin that nobody really wants to think about. But librarians specifically should be thinking about, because really what it's talking about is this content reference model and this canonical ability to say this is the data that we're talking about. It's a very librarian-centric product, and the NFTs that are built on that, really what they're talking about there is being able to associate value to a digital product. And this is incredibly relevant for content producers. You know, we're looking at the ecosystem of musicians who are trying to, you know, get out of the open mic night and produce better content. and they want to be able to sell shares of a song, right? Treat their digital product as the commodity that it is, right? Well, you need to be able to say that this is the canonical file, thus IPFS. And then you want to be able to work with ownership and value assertions. And that's where the Ethereum or the other block, sorry, let me back up. Yes, and if you have any questions, please drop them into the chat line. I'm reading that. That's where these other products become relevant, is that they allow you to continue with those assertions of value and relevance in that ecosystem. So I wanted to bring up a couple of other points about IPFS. I wish I could see your faces. I wish you guys could share your video so I could kind of get a sense of where people are, and get some feedback here. But for organizing this content, the challenges with IPFS are organizing it typically, because you're in a decentralized area, it can be difficult to do. So I'm going to introduce a couple of other tools. Ceramic, for instance, is and I'm going to invite people into these channels. If you've ever been on Discord, that can be a great place. And I think that's really maybe the part that's most important about this ecosystem, is that it is people and it's mostly open source. And so if you want to develop your skills or learn more, the thing to do is jump into the conversation and figure out where your values align in this ecosystem, because I think that can help you drive focus on a really big space and get it down into something that you can appreciate in your own work. So Ceramic, here's a product that I really like for developing schema. This is, again, a very librarian-centric product, I think. They are currently hosting a hackathon that I would encourage people to check out. You'll learn a lot. You'll work with some really stellar computer scientists who are looking at how decentralized tooling can help further the librarian mission in Web3. I really would love to take questions. I know, sorry, I was a little bit rushed, but I wanted to see where people were.
We have about 2 minutes for questions.
Sure. I mean, I was going to say, I'd like to invite people to join a hackathon that I'm working on right now in schema. We're working off the schema.org metadata system, which is something that we should all be fairly familiar with. And it's implementing that into a Web3 environment that I think is just going to be kind of groundbreaking in the next couple of years. It is worth mentioning that these are just really low-level primitives, and tells you about the advancement of the product, right? There's a lot to be done, but I think that's what makes it interesting, right? Is that it's, so here, for instance, this is a project that I'm working on that I would encourage anyone who is interested. Yeah, okay, as a digital content creator, I can see the value in being able to properly be compensated. The energy required to process NFTs. Okay, sure. Let's talk about carbon footprint. I think it's a really, I realize it's an issue. I think that it's being addressed reasonably well. IPFS is working on a carbon neutral, net negative process right now. They just released some white paper on that. I do think mining is absurd, and I'm sure that there are a lot of other people who are much more knowledgeable in this space than I am who could talk about that. But I really think that the criticisms are being put in place largely by people who don't read. Well, I think it's fear tactics, frankly. Like, I think the product is so much superior to so many other products that I think the negativity associated with it is transient. Okay, I'm gonna let that go. I'm glad to reach out to people on Slack, Discord. You can find me at anson@virginia.edu if you have any in-depth questions, and code for cville.org.
And just to address the Q&A question that we have, we're going to also put these in the community notes document. So any links that are shared in the chat, we'll move them over. And Anson, if you have any other links that you'd like to share with people, please do use the community notes document.
Awesome, will do. All right, thank you so much and have a great day.
So we'll be inviting our second speaker now. Danushka Samarakan is the head of library technology for the University of Miami Libraries. He provides leadership, management, budgetary oversight, and expertise to develop and execute the long-term technology strategy in support of the library's mission. And he's presenting on equipment management optimizations for library technology. This is a pre-recorded talk, so I'm going to pass it over to James, who's going to play it.
Hello, everyone. My name is Darshku Samarkon. I am the head of library technology for University of Miami Libraries. And today we are going to talk about equipment management optimizations for library technology. So when it comes to equipment, we have a large fleet of equipment that my team manages. And these are some of the data points that we need to maintain, like the purchase price and the renewal date of the equipment, where the funding comes from, specifications, and who the equipment is assigned to, where it physically resides. Then for some of the equipment, available inventory and reorder levels. So this is how we did it in the past, using lots and lots of Excel sheets. As you can see, this method could get overwhelming pretty fast. So because of that, we decided to implement an asset management system. So this is just a screenshot of the system that we have. So let me start with the project. So first, what we did was we looked at the floor plan of the library. We identified all the physical locations from their room numbers, and we created the hierarchical structure of the physical locations. The main libraries and each library divided into floors and larger areas going down to the room levels. Then we translated that information into the system. We created all the locations within the system. We have 236 locations, and some of them are still pending. Next, we got a list of all the departments in the library and created them in the system. The next step is we connected the system to the LDAP server and pulled all the library employees into the system and assigned them to their relevant departments. And now let's talk about the assets that we have. All the assets we divided into 5 main categories. Hardware, these are your relatively expensive equipment, desktops, laptops, then software, accessories such as keyboard, mice, and then consumables like batteries, printer ink, and then components which goes in other hardware like hard drives, RAM. Once we have that information, we loaded the system with all the manufacturers that we work with and all the suppliers. And then we created the asset categories. These are the broad categories which the assets would be placed in. And then this is how each category would look like. It would belong to a type, and there are a few settings that you could configure. And then we loaded the system with models. As you can see, when it comes to Dell Latitude, there are multiple models available. So they all belong to the laptop category. So we loaded with that information. We have 175 different models. So these are just highlighting the different models that we have in terms of laptops, printers, televisions, desktops, all of these different types of assets. And now let me show you the custom fields. So these are some of the custom fields that we created: MAC address, operating system, then let's go down the line, like funding line, where the funding comes from, printer configurations, the printer type, cartridge type. So these custom settings, they don't belong to all the assets. For example, these are printer related settings. So we added them to a field setting called printers. And MAC address, they belong to like desktops, data loggers, printers. I know laptops have one too, but we are not tracking it at the moment. But for example, operating system, both laptop and desktop. Moving on, we created the field settings, and then we attached these field sets to different models. And then we went on to add the information of all the assets that we have. At that point, we had about 1,300 assets. Now we have more. And this is how we print the asset tags and put it on, and how an asset record would look in the system. Then we added all the accessories into the system. Next, these are components, software licenses, and consumables. So each asset could be assigned to an individual, a location, or another asset. This is an activity report that shows the most recent activities that occurs within the system. So it's good for audit purposes. And when you look at the user, these are all the information that you see for that particular user. And you can look at all the assets that are assigned to one user easily from a single screen. And same as that, when you go to a location, you can see all the assets assigned to a particular location. And these are the different statuses that an asset could be in. I'm not going to go through the full list, but assets could be in any of these statuses. And then the depreciation report shows when the warranty is expiring and when we need to refresh a particular machine. That's all for today. Thank you so much.
And if anyone has any questions, now is the time. You can drop them in the question and answer feature in Zoom or in chat, or add them to the community notes document. We have the link in the chat as well. We have a question in the chat. I don't know if you're seeing that. What asset management software are you using?
Hi. So we are using an open source software called Snipeit. It has two methods. One, if you want, you can directly get a subscription with the company on their cloud version. But for this purpose, what we did was we decided to self-host it. So again, the name of the software is Snipeit.
We have another one. How much work was it to customize the application to your needs?
So when it comes to customizations, we didn't have to do any customization of the application itself, but there's some work involved in the configuration. For example, think of it like if you install Drupal, it doesn't have anything, but you don't necessarily have to customize Drupal, but you have to go through the configurations. Similar to that, like we installed the systems, but we had to create the physical locations, load that information into the systems at the departments, then the different categories of assets. So that work needs to go in. It's not too much work getting that initial configuration done, and especially if you can load all the like employees through LDAP server. But majority of the actual work is getting the current inventory into the system. If you're already using the system or if they are on spreadsheets, you can do bulk imports. But sometimes if the data is not that good, it might be good to review that information without doing a bulk import. Like in our case, all the computers, we had student employees verify and manually enter that information. But when it comes to monitors, we had them in a spreadsheet. So we structured it a little bit and we did a bulk import. So that's pretty much the preparation that you would need to do in order to get the system up and running.
We might have time for one more question if anyone wants to jump in. And if anything else comes up, please feel free to add it to the notes document. We can connect with our speakers after the fact if you'd like to get any other answers.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks. We are going to move on to our next speaker, David Kemper. David, I think you're connected.
Yes,
David,
here I am.
The digital experience librarian at McMaster University Library, where he manages the library's many public interfaces, including the library website, chairs the library's web committee, and supervises one web developer and 2 systems administrators. His interests include user experience and design thinking. He's going to be speaking on safe library spaces during COVID-19, using occupancy sensors to monitor occupancy levels in an academic library. Over to you, David.
All right, thanks very much, Eka. So let me see if I can just share my screen here. There we go. Okay, I hope everything's working. There we go. Okay, good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining me today. And today I'm going to be talking about safe library spaces during COVID-19, using occupancy sensors to monitor occupancy levels in an academic library. So first, a land acknowledgement. McMaster University, where I work, recognizes and acknowledges that it is located on the traditional territories of the Mississauga and Haudenosaunee nations and within the lands protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. So right now we're all witnessing the gradual reopening of universities and university libraries, and students are now returning to the library to study, to research, and to socialize. So the question I'm asking is, how can libraries maintain safe study spaces for students while adhering to government and public health orders? So occupancy sensors, I believe, are one option that academic libraries can adopt. So today I would like to talk about McMaster's University's experience with using occupancy sensors. But first, a quick note on government and public health orders. Now, public health orders differ from province to province, state to state, health region to health region, and in some cases, building type to building type. But here in Ontario, at McMaster University, I've just noted what we are currently, the situation we're facing regarding face masks and physical distancing. But the key point here is that the situation remains fluid and updates are common as government and public health orders change to reflect case counts, outbreaks, variants, etc. So our experience with occupancy sensors. So we partnered with the vendor called Density.io. So we've installed three sensors at 3 building entrances at our main library, Mills Memorial Library. So the primary use is to facilitate compliance with government and public health measures. And the secondary use is to review and evaluate library space usage. And that is to assist the library in determining hours of service and allocating resources and staff effectively. So we're really in the early stages of this occupancy sensors project. But at launch, we hope to have a digital screen at each entrance informing students of the current building capacity. So for example, when they walk in, there'll be a digital screen and it'll have a green sign, which means enter, and then, or there'll be a red sign, which will say, wait, the building is currently at capacity. So the other day when I went to IKEA in Burlington, Ontario, there was an example of this when I walked in. And so this is what we are hoping to have when students walk into the library. I clearly went on a day when there was not many people in IKEA because this is not usual. Okay, occupancy sensors, pros and cons. So the pros is that the hardware itself, the sensors, they monitor motion entering and exiting the library building. So they're not monitoring mobile devices, Wi-Fi signals. They're really just monitoring motion entering and exiting the building. The sensors provide a real-time count of people entering and exiting the building. And they combine that information to provide a real-time composite count of the people in the entire building. Another good thing about it is that it can be installed at any doorway or entry point, so not only building entrances. So you could place them at an entrance to a study space, a department, or specific areas where you want to learn a little bit more about traffic and usage. Meanwhile, the cons is that one must pay for each individual sensor, so there's no bundle. Each sensor requires power over Ethernet, so you have to make sure you have the technicians install Ethernet to drop down from the ceiling to install them and to power them. Also, the occupancy sensors are an annual license per sensor. So the more sensors one has, the more accurate the information, but installation and maintenance costs definitely will increase. So the future plans of the library is that we want to install more occupancy sensors at doorways leading to large study areas and student areas in the library. And as I mentioned before, this is to help staff learn a little bit more about usage patterns in given areas in the library. We also want to leverage the sensor software and APIs so that we can push the occupancy data information to other channels, for example, the library website or apps. And we strongly believe that this will enhance the student digital experience during and after COVID-19. So during COVID-19, everything will really be focused on safety. After COVID-19, it'll be focused on library building capacity. And we hope that the information that we provide will inform students on the likelihood of finding study space. So here's some examples of 3 libraries that have implemented the occupancy sensor or occupancy data on their library website. So on the top, we have Texas A&M, we have Iowa State University, as well as University of Florida libraries. So occupancy sensor key takeaways. So despite their upfront and maintenance costs, I believe that they provide valuable information. For library administrators, for example, they provide building capacity. They can better provide building capacity limits, allowing library administrators to adhere to government and public health orders. They also show library usage patterns, thereby allowing for better resource, personnel, and service level planning. For patrons, meanwhile, they provide real-time occupancy levels of library buildings, allowing students to make an informed decision about if they feel safe entering a building or if they choose to study at another building that has maybe less capacity or has more available seating or less congested. And also, we just hope that when we push this information to the library website, it will enhance the user experience, making this type of occupancy data more widely available and allowing students to make a decision and not to waste time trying to find a building that has seats, but actually knowing where to go before they come on campus or when they're just checking things out, looking for a seat to study. So that's it. Thanks for listening, everybody.
We have a few minutes for questions. So again, drop them in the chat in the Q&A, or just generally let us know in the community notes document. David, you have a question. Any privacy concerns about this? Does it use camera technology?
No, it doesn't. So there's no camera involved. They're just basically sensors that are just detecting motion as bodies move through the doorway where the sensors are located. So there's definitely there's no cameras involved. There's no taking of pictures. Definitely that technology exists. The same company that we're working with has far more advanced tools where it's using radar to detect the exact number of people in a given room. Again, that I'm not too sure how that technology works, but we're starting off with this tool, this technology, because it really it protects privacy. And again, we're really at the early stages. We're pleased with what the vendor has so far delivered, but we'll definitely, we're always very aware of privacy, and this tool really claimed and based upon their technology showed that it was really just monitoring. They're monitoring just the motion going through the doorways and nothing more.
We have a few more questions coming into chat. Is this a library-wide initiative or is it a campus-wide initiative?
This particular project using Density.io is a library initiative. So this is something that a small team was looking into, and I got to give out a shout out to Ann Pottier, who's our associate university librarian. So she's been spearheading this project. So this is really a library initiative. Meanwhile, across campus, there is another technology that's being looked into and deployed little by little, and that is Cisco DNA Spaces, I believe that's the name. Now, this one is a little bit more controversial because it does detect cell and Wi-Fi signals from devices, and it takes all this information and sort of builds this composite number of occupancy usage in a given area. So we're working, so far the library is working within, we're doing our best with our tools and our systems, but we are still, keeping the door open to see what Central is planning to do with their technology. But again, the biggest concern for us was, accurate information that we could provide to students, and that would also protect privacy. So so there's two main initiatives on campus, but we're so far we're really happy with what we have so far.
Another question that you may have already answered, but what brand or model of sensor is it?
The specific name, that is?
If the asker wants to clarify, but yes, I assume so.
Okay. Yeah, I'm drawing a blank right now, but if you do go to the library, if you do go to the vendor's website, and then this is not definitely a paid advertisement for them. There are basically two sensors that they provide. So there's area sensors, which is the more detailed one that uses radar technology, and then there's another one which is basically doorway-based sensors. So that's the one we've gone with, the doorway-based sensor. Hope that helps. Feel free to reach out to me, and I can definitely dig up that information for you.
One more question.
Sure.
Is it just measuring capacity overall, or are you also exploring areas within floors? For example, helping students find the less busy and potentially safer sections of the building?
Yeah, a great question. Again, we're still kind of in that infancy of this project, but for now, it is really, we have sensors at three main entrances to the main library. So at this point, we're really looking into just a general flow in and out of the library, and then based upon those numbers to build this composite overall number of how many people are in the building itself, in the entire building. Future plans is to install these sensors at doorways that lead into specific areas. And so that's when we're going to start maybe getting more the real nitty-gritty information about per floor or per areas within the library. And perhaps through that, we can definitely explore more how those different areas are being used, what times are they more busy or less busy. And again, from an administrator's point of view, I'm pretty sure this will be very helpful for them to determine, allocating resources and hours of service and service level planning overall. So we're not quite there yet, but that is definitely in the cards. That's definitely part of our longer term plan, is to start installing them in specific areas within the library, not just the main entry points to the library.
And we do have a moment for more questions for any of our panelists. For any of our Lightning Talk presenters. If you are interested in dropping something in the community notes document, I can read them out or just flag things for future responses. Our next speaker is coming on at 10:25. Okay, and Carolyn, if you'd like to get your video and everything going. So Carolyn Pakowski has been working as the Metadata and Electronic Resources Librarian at McGill University since February 2020. Carolyn previously worked as a hospital librarian at Trillium Health Partners in Mississauga, Ontario. Carolyn is interested in automation and programmatic solutions for electronic resources management, communications practices to promote, educate, and advocate about library work, resources, and services, and mentorship opportunities within librarianship. She is presenting on Can We Automate This? Exploring automation and programming opportunities in electronic resources collection management. Over to you.
Awesome, sorry, thanks, just had trouble finding my mute. So good morning or afternoon, wherever you're joining from today. As mentioned, my name is Carolyn Pekoski, and I'm joining you from McGill University in Montreal. McGill University is situated on the traditional territory of the Kanien'kehá:ka, a place which has long served as a site of meeting and exchange amongst nations. I recognize and respect the Kanien'kehá:ka as the traditional custodians of the lands and waters on which I live and work today. Thank you all for being here today, and thank you to the Access Conference planners for inviting me to speak. I'm very excited to be sharing with you my very early exploration of automation and programming opportunities in electronic resources collection management. So to give you an overview of what I'm going to be talking about today, first I'll be reflecting on the current ways that e-resources tasks are being automated, including providing some examples and defining what it is that I mean by automation. Then I'm going to be identifying some of the key skills and tools that enable a library worker to automate aspects of their e-resources work. I will provide examples and some more information about how I personally have begun to apply these skills and tools to projects at my institution. And finally, we'll take a look at some potential limitations or barriers to automation, as well as some ideas for tackling these challenges. So first, I'd like to just take a moment to contextualize who I am and how I'm approaching this topic. So I would consider myself to be still quite new to a role in e-resources. As mentioned, I previously worked as a hospital librarian where I was doing e-resource work, but very much alongside other duties. And I've been in my current role as a metadata and electronic resources librarian since February 2020. So this role includes more focused e-resources work at all stages of the e-resources lifecycle. One thing that quickly caught my eye was reading about projects that were being undertaken by other libraries that applied automated or programmatic solutions to complete tasks at various stages in the e-resources lifecycle. So I've included citations for a few such projects here. And inspired by these articles, I'm now going to take a moment just to highlight a few examples of what an automation project might look like. So for example, you could have something like proactive and automated link checking to assess if Access is working for licensed or purchased content. So this project might involve a file containing a list of resource URLs that's been compiled and formatted. And then a JRuby script could run through all the URLs, testing each link and outputting a report. And the report would indicate just a simple yes or no, indicating if the link worked or if there was a problem. And this would allow broken links to be addressed without a user having to find and report them to the library. It also would indicate if there was a pattern or a subset of links that were all down at the same time so that you could address more systemic issues. And in another case, suppose you have access to the MARC records for a number of electronic resources, but you'd like to transfer the records into the KBART format. So it'd be possible to transfer the relevant data yourself, one record at a time, just creating KBARTs that way. But alternatively, you could do something like use the WorldCat search API to find a record in WorldCat. The API will output records in MARC 21 XML format. And then a Python script could be used that would automatically transfer the data from MARC 21 XML into KBART. The Python script would be capable of running through the same reformatting steps for one or several records in very short order. And it's something you could come back to whenever you needed a record changed from MARC to KBART. So once the file's in KBART format, it would be ready to upload into something like the OCLC collection manager, for example. And finally, automation could be used in the form of a tool that queries Gobi, as in the print and ebook ordering platform, to identify purchase options for missing, long overdue, and popular items with multiple holds. So first, items that fit this criteria would be identified in reports that come from the library's ILS. And from these reports, you could pull out a list of paired titles and authors, and that they could be just appropriately formatted. And then it would be possible to use a Python package like Selenium to write a script for a scraper. And the scraper would be capable of logging into Gobi, running searches for the paired titles and authors. And this would generate a report at the end that would list the purchase options alongside each item's title and author. So this script would save a library worker from having to log in and manually search Gobi for purchase options for individual titles. And it also could be run at any time, so you'd be able to really keep that data set up to date. So if you'd like to take a deeper dive into projects like these and some of the other projects from the articles I mentioned, these are their GitHub links. So these links are going to be available in my slide deck, which will be made available after the presentation, but just for your reference for later. So based on the types of projects that we've been talking about, I've taken a stab at actually defining what I mean when I say automation. So I would consider automation to be the act of applying technology to a problem or a process in order to reduce the need for human intervention. So it would be possible to automate an entire process from start to finish, every step along the way. But it's also possible to partially automate a process. So you'd have automated or machine-driven steps intermingled with human-conducted steps. So as you can see from this, I'm taking a rather broad definition of automation. In my mind, it could encompass a range of complexity. So it could be something as simple as having a pre-formulated Excel template where you just copy and paste in a new data. It'll perform perform analysis on a regular basis. Or it could be as complex as setting up software that would to perform automated user testing. So the software would actually run through all the steps a user is going to take to access a resource to confirm that full text is working as expected. So now that we've taken some time to explore examples of automation and I've given you my idea for a definition, it's worth really looking at the why, as in why should we care about automation? So for me, this goes back to one of the things I discovered very early on in my role, which is that it feels like e-resource work could actually take like an infinite amount of time. If you wanted to check on every link, eliminate every duplicate holding, catch every proxy stanza update, I don't know you could possibly fit it all in before the e-resource lifecycle starts all over again. So I could see that finding ways to automate or even partially automate some of these tasks can only help us in saving staff time and energy and adding to the precision of our work. It allows us to complete certain tasks that we otherwise would be totally unable to just due to lack of time or resources. So I wanted to take a moment now just to highlight some of the various skills and tools that appear in the articles I've identified, just to give you some ideas of the kinds of things that people are using to do automation work. I can't speak to all of these tools personally, but I have taken the liberty of trying to divide them into two categories. So tools that I would consider to be more sort of general purpose and applicable to a wide variety of library projects, and those that would be a bit more specialized, so applicable to perhaps like a unique or less frequently used library process or project. So I also tried to roughly rank each category from what seems to be easier to harder to learn, but I do acknowledge that that's also something very personal, I'm sure. I wanted to emphasize that none of these tools would be mutually exclusive, and nor are they really equivalent types of tools. So for example, you could use regular expressions within Python, which is a programming language, and then you might publish your Python script on GitHub. So please do feel free to drop in the chat or let me know after the presentation if there's anything you do or do not agree with in my arrangement here. I'd be very happy to have your feedback. And now that we've taken a look at what's possible and what tools people are using, I'm going to take a bit of time just to reflect on my own personal journey towards automation. So when I set out to try to start automating more parts of my job, I felt very overwhelmed. So I decided to focus on sort of skilling up first. So I looked at the list of skills and tools others were using, like on the previous slide, to decide what to focus on. And I pursued my skill building in roughly the order I have outlined here. I think a great place to start is actually by trying to become a so-called power user of Excel. There's so much you can do in Excel, and just trying to maximize the number of functions you can run is a great starting point to saving time as you work. It's also an essential tool for doing data cleanup. Next, I was introduced to OpenRefine for the first time in my current role. And I find it similarly helpful for data cleanup like Excel, but certain functions feel a bit more straightforward in some ways in OpenRefine. So for example, being able to split the contents in a column by a common divider, like a slash in a URL, and then you can edit one component of the URL, like just updating the domain name and have this track the changes all the way down for all the affected rows. And then you could recompile the columns, adding back in the slashes. And in that way, you could have batch updated a set of URLs. So I find it super useful to toggle between working in Excel and working in OpenRefine to quickly edit or update a data set or a KBART file, for example. For metadata projects, MarcEdit has already proven to be invaluable. So things like the Marc to KBART converter is a major time saver. But I really do feel like I'm only beginning to understand its full potential. In terms of programming languages, Python is one that I find is by far the most prevalent in terms of what the projects people are doing. And it's proven to be a highly approachable language for a non or newbie programmer. It also, in the vast majority of cases, is going to allow you to generate scripts that are going to be like hardware or systems agnostic. So if I'm writing a Python script on my MacBook and I send it to my colleague who's running a Windows machine, they usually should have no problem still running the same script. Personally, I will be setting my sights on next making better use of APIs, especially the OCLC World Share Management System APIs. And I would also like to become more proficient in using Git and GitHub, just so I can save and organize my own work and make it easier to share and collaborate on scripts with others. So I did also want to mention I came across a number of resources that were super helpful to me in learning these skills, just in case anyone's interested in getting started themselves. So some of these tools are self-directed and some of them are more formal offerings. So my own learning started with an organization called Canada Learning Code, which is formerly known as Ladies Learning Code. I also would highly recommend library carpentry trainings for anyone just getting started. I rely on W3 Schools website quite a lot for a quick reminder of how to do something, or for more in-depth sort of introductions to new languages. I also highly recommend Code4Lib, of course, both the international and then if you have a local chapter available to you, or any other sort of local tech meetups. It can be really nice to have the community of people working on these kinds of projects. And I've also listed some specific Python resources here that I find especially helpful, mainly because they both contain a lot of hands-on exercises, which for me matches how I like to learn new tech skills. So I'm now going to take a moment to highlight just a few examples of how automation has started to appear in my own work. And again, the caveat that I am still very new at this, so these are all still just kind of very introductory, getting things going. But I first encountered Python at work when I was making use of a deduplication script that actually would check for duplicate titles in RKB, which had been created by my colleague, Clara Terp. And this was certainly one of my early inspirations to start thinking about how I could similarly contribute to automating certain tasks. So for me, it was about starting really small. So just looking for methods for doing like bulk metadata manipulation via Excel and OpenRefine, MarcEdit, and finally even some short Python scripts. So for example, I've used OpenRefine specifically for data manipulation when I was preparing digital cataloging metadata for McGill collections, like isolating the OCLC number. Sometimes it's just as simple as isolating the OCLC number if you have a list of catalog URLs that end with the OCLC number for a bunch of items. And I also experimented mostly with Excel and OpenRefine when I was doing KBART file cleanup and batch link updates. And when I was preparing archival collection metadata for ingest into a platform called Cortex, I had initially come up with a short Python script that would generate a list of related assets for one of the metadata fields. So essentially say I had asset 1, asset 2, for example, up to asset 12, it would generate a list of assets 2 to 12 to go in that related assets field for asset 1, and then 1 and 3 to 12 for asset 2, and so on. And I recently tackled using Python to come up with a new method for doing regular KBART backups in OCLC WMS. And as a bit of a plug, you can actually catch more details about that particular project during my lightning talk on Thursday. And as optimistic as I feel about automation, I will acknowledge that there remain certain barriers to its implementation. So for starters, I'm sure most of us struggle with a lack of time, as these projects can require a lot of time up front to get things set up or to do maintenance on scripts or processes. And it can also be hard to find the time to build skills if you don't have like a lot of prior programming experience, for example, or to come back and like continue working on these skills if it's something you have to tend to work on somewhat sporadically. So to avoid being overwhelmed, I really have found it helpful to start small and to focus on building skills one at a time. So I've been looking for places to try adding just like a bit of automation or choosing one new tool or function to try to implement for each new project. I will acknowledge it's much easier to find the time to build these skills and to experiment with applying them if it happens to be something that's of interest to you. So I think if you do happen to have an interest in automation or in particular tools that you want to learn how to use, really don't be afraid to pursue that, because I think that can be a highly motivating way to get this kind of work done. Another barrier is that if you're starting with input data that's sort of messy or poorly formatted, this can sort of slow you down. So things, personally, I find that Excel and OpenRefine have been hugely helpful for me in tackling this issue. But I'd love to hear too if anyone has another tool that they find especially helpful for data cleanup. In terms of planning, it can be helpful sometimes just even for me mentally, just to block out that I need to include a data cleanup step in my automation pipeline. And alternatively, if you have any control over how the data is being collected up front and you notice like it would be helpful if it was presented in a different format to start with, this could be a great opportunity to just rethink how that data collection is happening and remodel things if you need to. Another limitation is that you may encounter sort of technical limitations, like if a website blocks scraping by a third party outright. So sometimes this can be addressed by speaking to the vendor or the site owner to explain what it is you're trying to do, and then they might be able to grant you special permission to still run the process that you need to run. Or they might be able to suggest another way of getting the data that you need. So some vendors are open to suggestions to develop a new offering, like an API service, if they can see it's something their subscribers would really benefit from. But I think it is possible that there might be times where there just isn't a solution to this. So I'd be very open to hearing if anyone has experience or ideas of how to tackle these kinds of problems. And finally, I feel as though automation projects can be especially prone to being lost as institutional knowledge if there's just one person or a small group on a team who have the technical know-how. So if there's not proper documentation and sharing happening, great processes can get lost if someone leaves a position. So, but that being said, as we've seen today, and as I'm sure you're aware, there is already a lot of work being done by other library workers on these types of projects, and many of us are trying to do very similar things. I do find library workers tend to be very open to sharing. So I think I would encourage you just to reach out to learn from or collaborate with colleagues and to look at what they've already made available via platforms like GitHub. It also really helps if you can have a personal commitment to sharing and documenting your own automation work, just to ensure that the work you're doing today can continue to grow and be used in the future. So thank you all very much for your attention. I'd be very happy to answer any questions at this time and to hear your feedback. As I've mentioned, I'm still very new to this and still do feel like I have a lot to learn in this area too.
Okay, and if anyone has any questions, again, Q&A function, the chat, or the community notes document. I'm seeing one come in. Some of our colleagues have noted that restrictive IT policies can be a barrier to implementing automation projects in libraries. Have you ever encountered any challenges of that nature?
Yeah, for sure. I think that definitely can be very restrictive. I have to say, actually, in my current role, I've been lucky, and maybe because I've been working from home somehow, I can sort of circumvent some of the things a bit more if I'm not on the university network all the time for certain things. But I remember when I was working in the hospital, that was a very, very restrictive environment in terms of what IT would allow us or not allow us to do, just for reasons of security. So I think one good thing is to if you can have good sort of relationships and sort of point people within IT who you know well, who you can explain, like, this is what I'm trying to do, this is what the purpose of this project is, and just trying to really explain what it's for. And sometimes that can be somewhat helpful. But I would agree, there are still times where I think I run into like a bit of a wall of it, and I don't have a great solution for that, unfortunately. Yes, I see there's a great suggestion as well, just like overwhelming your IT department with access and install requests until they give up and give you admin. That's actually a great solution. Yeah.
We have a comment from Anson about using Jupyter or Collab notebooks.
Yeah, and I had noticed, I think, a comment from earlier about some additional the UWaterloo's Python from scratch open resource, which looks excellent as well. I'll definitely check that out too.
We have a couple more minutes if anyone else wants to jump in. Questions, comments?
I see. Yeah, I think the question about moving into front-end development, I personally definitely have not done that yet. I think the farthest I've gotten is like if I can get like a full, if I can write a Python script and get it to like run successfully, that still feels like a really big win to me. So hopefully someday, but I'm personally not quite there yet.
Any other questions? Okay, and with that, I'm going to let you go. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think one of our presenters may be a little delayed in connecting, one of our next presenters. So I'm going to hand it over to James for some last minute programming.
Oh, it's not really programming, but I just have this whiteboard here at the Access World headquarters, and I thought we should update that. So I'm going to go ahead and dramatically do that. Okay, we're all set. We're all up to date now.
Thanks, James. Daniel, can you confirm for me that you are connected?
I am connected. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Awesome. And Aaron, I see you as well. Good. We're good to go.
Okay, good.
I'm going to pass it off to you in a second, but first I'll do a quick intro. Erin Griffith is the program coordinator at Fedora, and in her role serves to enrich and engage the community through outreach, public speaking, and managing structured communication across several platforms. She helps coordinate governance and acts as liaison between these groups, the staff at Fedora, and the broader community. Daniel Bernstein is the Fedora tech lead. He is responsible for establishing consensus on technical priorities and coordinating software development activities in the Fedora ecosystem. And they'll be presenting on All Aboard for Fedora 6.0, staying on track to deliver for our community.
Awesome, thank you. Let me just share my screen here. Perfect. Are we all good there?
Yeah, looks good.
Look to be awesome. All right. So hi, everybody. Thanks for joining us. I'm Erin Griffith, and I'm the program coordinator here at Fedora. And today I'm joined with Danny Bernstein. He is our tech lead. We're happy to be here today to talk about the newest version of Fedora, Fedora 6.0, what you can expect to find in the software, as well as what we have planned for the future post-release. So this is just a brief little timeline of how we made it to Fedora 6.0. So Fedora 6 was actually started in motion just a little over 2 years ago by the coming together of some of our community members who were looking to improve upon some pain points that we had associated with Fedora 4 and 5. And they really wanted to put an emphasis back on our digital preservation roots. We were actually super fortunate that we were able to sustain momentum towards 6 all throughout COVID and the quarantines and lockdowns that kind of plagued everybody there. We released our alpha version back in December 2020, and we put it in the hands of the community to test and provide feedback. From that process, we were able to move to a beta release at the beginning of 2021, so in February, which was at the time essentially feature complete, which was pretty amazing. So this gave our users and testers the chance to really kick the tires on the software with all the bells and whistles included, and run test migrations and give us the feedback that we needed to move on with our full production release, which we were able to do in June 2021. So now we're prepping for the next release of our software. We're looking to optimize performance. And since June, we've actually had the chance to add a few additional features, which Danny's going to talk about in a few minutes. Okay. So why 6.0? What makes it better than past versions? First and foremost, Fedora 6 is giving users an enhanced digital preservation and support platform. So it's a robust and well-functioning piece of software with a persistence layer that's based on the Oxford Common File Layout, or OCFL, which provides the standard for all the content contained within it. So far, it's functioning well based on the testing feedback that we've been getting, which is exactly what we were hoping that it would do and what we wanted it to do. So as I said, those who are testing it currently have indicated that it's performing as expected under most normal conditions. And if it's not, we're actually able to dig in and find out exactly what's going on thanks to the performance tracking that we have access to, which we didn't have in past versions of the software. So this has been awesome. So this has been a great tool for us in optimization, allowing us insight that we never had to bottlenecks and decrease performance. And lastly, with minimal changes to the API from Fedora 5, and thanks to the OCFL standard, we should be able to expect that migrations should be easier, and there may even be less of them required in the future, which is always a win for everyone. So with that, I'm going to pass it off to Danny, who's going to go through what we consider the top 5 features of Fedora 6.
Okay, great. Can everyone hear me? Okay, good. All right, so I'll just run through some of these features, and each one I'll drill down on a bit. So as Aaron mentioned, we have our digital preservation layer is based on the Oxford Common Layout. We're using that specification, and I'll talk a little bit more about why that's in particular that's great. We have, thanks to a grant we received, we have robust migration tooling and documentation. So really one of the important goals that we had for the Fedora 6 release was that we would bring everyone forward. So we have a migration path now for users of Fedora 3, Fedora 4, and Fedora 5. And that's sort of looking at the custom implementations of Fedora. Then of course we also have the Islandora 8 and 9 versions are also, they also provide some migration tooling, which is actually separate from Fedora. So there are many roads to Fedora 6, and that was an important goal for us, and we have reached that. Third of all, we have the metrics dashboard. Aaron alluded to this, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit. And then also we have a simple search facility, which is sort of helps gain some visibility into the repository that we didn't have previously. And finally, we accomplished all of this while maintaining our Fedora API. So some of you may be aware, but we have an official Fedora API specification. The idea being that folks can develop any integrations or and connections to the Fedora HTTPI front end. That interface is all specified, and one of the goals again has also been, and part of this sort of easing of the migrations, is to have a stable API that people can rely on across versions of Fedora. And so we sort of achieved that goal. So drilling down a little bit, if you're not aware of what the Oxford Common File Layout is, in short, it's a simple, non-proprietary, specified open standards approach to the layout of preservation persistence. Really, what was driving this for us was a couple of things. We had our sort of data storage backend was being handled by a project, an open source project called ModeShape, which was an implementation of the JCR Java Content Repository specification. And it was great because we were able to, in Fedora 4, just essentially wrap this other piece of software, add a few extra features on top of it, and we were able to essentially get Fedora for relatively low cost in terms of development. Well, one of the downsides of this was that ModeShape had its own sort of proprietary storage format. So unlike Fedora 3, when we moved to Fedora 4, I should say Fedora 3 had a very relatively transparent file layout. So all the resources of your repository were laid out in a fairly straightforward way on disk. With ModeShape, it actually complicated things because it sort of depended on how you were configuring ModeShape. Some of the resources would be in a database, some of them would be on disk, and all that was, ModeShape had designed things that way for performance, but in the end for us, it actually made the storage layer convoluted. And also because our use cases diverged a little bit from mode shapes, some of the we lost the performance gains that we would have otherwise had. So that was where the Oxford Common file layout came in. Ooh, I turned that off. And so yeah, so some of the things that it does is, as I mentioned, every aspect of your repository, all the persistent data is stored in one place, and it's on disk in an easily parsable format. So parsability is a value of the Oxford Common Layout, and basically that means that it's relatively easy for a human to actually, if you were needed to go on disk and see what's there, it's all laid out in a very standardized way, and it can be read with any standard file editing tools. And so if you look at this diagram here, I'm not sure if you can tell what that is. It's sort of a hand holding a hard drive, sort of bursting through the rubble, and sort of that in a nutshell sort of encapsulates what we were trying to achieve, which is the ability to move your data through time, regardless of the circumstances, and this sort of apocalyptic, triumphant saving of your data is sort of our one of the goals of OCFL. But really, it's to move, that data can move through time, and it's not dependent on any proprietary or non-standard application to read and write that data. Oxford Common Layout also supports robust checksumming. That isn't new to Fedora, but we've certainly carried that on. It has versioning support, and it also has cloud support. Moving on. So we did get this an IMLS grant that we used for helping move the community forward in terms of migrations. And so that piece was successful. You can see there's a link here to the documentation. And there are 4 tools that we developed in order to accomplish this goal. So there's a documentation that shows the steps for the various paths for getting from 3, 4, 5 to 6. And so that is, I think you'll find that fairly straightforward and helpful. Moving on, we have the metrics dashboard, which is, this was actually very helpful to us in development. Essentially, we are capturing various metrics in the code and then using Prometheus, which is actually we used Micrometer, which is the Java package that does the actual capture. And then that ties in with a project called Prometheus, which allows you to essentially export that data and then and aggregate it. And then Grafana is another project that is a dashboard that allows you to visualize that data. So essentially, for very, very low investment in terms of time, we were able to get this beautiful dashboard, which has been very helpful for optimizing Fedora. And in the development process, we identified many, many bottlenecks that were resolved. And going forward, it can help you, if you're using Fedora, to see what's going on in the repository. And also, if you're running into performance issues, we can diagnose them much more easily than we could in the past. And then we have a new simple search API, which was a feature that people loved in Fedora 3, which we didn't have in Fedora 4 and 5. So what that meant was there wasn't an easy way to get simple information about your repository. And so this essentially gives you the ability to look at, to search for resources based on MIME type, size, by the type of resource and so on. It is just a sort of handy tool for just getting at having visibility into your repository. It's not intended as a replacement for Solr or Elastic. If you do want to integrate with Solr or Elastic, or actually we don't have an Elastic plugin right now, but we do have a Solr, a tool for indexing to Solr. That is the Camel Toolbox, is a collection of services that allow you to integrate Fedora with other applications. So currently what we have there is a Solr integration, a triple store integration, and a newly minted custom HTTP integration. So if you had a resource, if you wanted to essentially have an application, if you had an HTTP endpoint and you wanted Fedora to post to that every time the repository changed, you can do that now with this just by simply configuring your URL, which is very helpful. And then the Camel Toolbox also does reindexing. There's an auditing feature, and there's also a fixity checking feature. Other integrations, I mentioned Islandora and Valkyrie, which is the sort of universal connector for Symvera. So Fedora 6 is compatible with all of these. And then it's not exactly an integration, but I think it's worth mentioning that all of our Fedora tooling is now available on Docker as well. So, and there are examples for using Docker and Docker Compose to bring up your Fedora instance. So with the migration testing, we just to touch on the highlights, we had an Islandora upgrade, successful upgrade from 5x, minimal changes required. So like I said, this is the Islandora upgrade path is sort of lives in the Islandora stack. We've had other custom upgrades that were successful going from Fedora 4 and 5 to 6. And then it's also worth mentioning that Berlin State Library, which was running Symvera stack, was able to move successfully from, I believe, like a 4.5 version of Fedora up through up to 6 using our migration path tooling. So moving on. So in terms of our future plans, in the coming weeks, we have a 6.1 release coming up and a Camel Toolbox release. So this is mostly maintenance and performance on our 6.1.0. There are a couple of minor features, which I sort of more down in the weeds, but I think the main thing is that there are some bugs fixed and there are some optimizations in the read and write speed of Fedora. And then going forward, our sort of focus will be on supporting folks migrating. So making sure that we're responsive on our community lists. There's been interest in having some more analytics and possibly data visualization built into the Fedora user interface, which is a very light HTML user interface, and possibly exposing some of those analytics through an API. And of course, we have our training workshops, which are ongoing and just sort of continuation of all the things that we do to try to stay in touch with the community. So I think I'll pass it back to you, Erin. I think that was a lot. Hopefully I got through it in time.
Thanks, Danny. So I mean, that was a great overview of what we've got going on for Six. So obviously, there's lots to look forward to there. Just really briefly, I just wanted to. I have this little overview of community action, community input. One of the things that we're most proud of ourselves at Fedora is how we've really leveraged the community to essentially direct the strategic planning of Fedora. We came to Six based on conversations that were held within the community about needs and use space and things like that. And that's how we reached Six. And so we currently just wrapped up a new series of information gathering sessions that we invited all members of the community to partake in. And we're using the information from those sessions to help us kind of form and guide the plans that we want to take the program in going forward. I mean, we are an open source program, community led, and our sole focus is to make sure that the community is getting what they need and what they want out of Fedora. So, so using those sessions to guide our strategic planning is what we're working on. There's some other things on there. There's some reference slides at the end that kind of touch back on those things. But I don't want to run too far over time here. So just lastly here, just a big thank you to all of our sponsors or all of our member institutions, sorry. Without their continued support, Fedora would not be able to be where we are today. So that's our resource slide. The slide deck will be available. So thank you so much for having us here to present today.
Thank you so much. We have a couple of minutes for questions. So if anyone wants to drop a question in the chat, in the Q&A, or in the notes document, please do so. We are a little over time, so if there are no questions, I'm going to encourage everyone to drop them in the notes document and ask our presenters to sort of answer them asynchronously at that time. I do see one hand raised. If that is a question, please drop it in the chat. Okay, I'm going to invite our next speaker to connect. John, are you connected? Can you confirm for me that you're here? Yes. We have a recording of this talk, and James is going to run that. John Durno is the head of library systems at the University of Victoria Libraries, where he leads the team responsible for IT infrastructure, digital asset management, and digital preservation systems and services. And he's going to be presenting on augmenting accessibility for web emulations of 1980s digital artifacts.
Hello, my name is John Durno, and it's an honor and a privilege to be presenting at Access 2021. As we begin, I will note that I am presenting from the University of Victoria on the traditional territory of the Lekwungen peoples. I acknowledge and respect the Songhees, Esquimalt, and Wasanic peoples whose historical relationships with the land continue to this day. Today I'm going to talk about some recent developments in a multi-year project to recover and restore a lost school of Canadian digital art. Now, I've given quite a few talks about this particular project in the past, and I really don't want to spend too much time going over old ground. I think it's necessary to give some background for context, but I'm going to make that part as brief as I can, as I really want to focus on the new things that we've been working on, specifically about the work that's being done to make our web emulations of 1980s digital art more accessible. But first, a bit of background. 40 years ago, there was a technology called Teledon. Essentially, it was a compact graphics encoding protocol that enabled the transmission of relatively sophisticated images and text over the limited computer networks of the era. It was developed by the Communications Research Centre, a Canadian federal government research lab, in partnership with private industry. There were a variety of attempts to commercialize information services based on Teledon, but ultimately these met with little success. Teledon lasted about 15 years. Government funding was withdrawn in 1985, but it lingered on in various forms until 1993, when thanks to the web, it was finally consigned to the dustbin of history. One thing I'll mention here is that there were two versions of Teledon, and the second was called NAPLIPS, an initialism meaning North American Presentation Level Protocol Syntax. I tend to use both terms interchangeably a bit, and I apologize in advance if that's confusing. Fast forward to 2015. That's when our university archivist asked me to restore some Teledon artworks that had made their way into our university archives. There were some challenges, but the project was ultimately successful. At the same time, I became aware that there had been many other Teledon artists in Canada, most of whom believed their works were not recoverable due to the extreme obsolescence and scarcity of Teledon hardware and software. Coincidentally, Motherboard released a short video documentary on the subject of Teledon art the same year I started working on the project. The title of the documentary, The Lost Art of Canada's Doomed Pre-Internet Web, gives you some idea of what the state of Teledon art was thought to be at that time. So I reached out to several artists and curators who had been involved with Teledon to let them know that, based on my experience, it would in fact be technically possible to restore their work, assuming the files still existed. Out of those initial communications, a collaborative project emerged to recover, restore, and exhibit significant Teledon artworks. The project is centered around a media art center in Toronto called Interaccess. Back in the 80s, Interaccess started out as Toronto Community Videotheques, focused exclusively on the production and exhibition of Teledon art. Although they have changed their name and broadened their focus considerably since then, Teledon is still a valued part of their organizational history. And, as it turned out, they had a couple of hundred floppy disks in their storage closet containing around 20,000 Teledon art files. So there was in fact no shortage of material to work with. Once we had restored a significant body of artwork, we approached Digital Museums Canada for funding for a web exhibition. Digital Museums Canada, as their website says, invests in online projects by Canadian museums and heritage organizations. Our application was successful, and the exhibition will take place in 2023 to celebrate Interaccess' 40th anniversary. As granting agencies go, DMC is fairly hands-on. Unlike, say, SSHRC, DMC provides ongoing oversight as the projects they fund develop, and they have a number of non-negotiable technical requirements, a few of which I have listed here. These requirements led directly to the project I'm talking about today, to enhance our emulations of 1980s digital artifacts with modern affordances, such as descriptive text in both official languages, keyboard shortcuts for the mouse avoidant, and of course, the site will need to be mobile friendly. And now I'd like to turn our attention to the technologies we're using to present Teledon art on the web, and some of the challenges involved in making them more accessible. To give you a sense of what exactly it is we're trying to emulate, here is a close-up of a standard Teledon setup in the 1980s. You can see it consisted of a Teledon terminal, a keypad, a modified TV set, and a telephone modem. You'd use the keypad to call up particular images or navigate through Teledon databases. The terminal would communicate via modem with a remote server, download the requested content, and translate the encoded image into a signal that could be displayed on the television. Now, when I say I've developed a Teledon art emulator, what I really mean is that I have assembled one. I've relied heavily on a variety of pre-built software components to do the heavy lifting. Only a small amount of the code was actually written by me. Consequently, each Teledon art package contains software and data files spanning 4 decades. At the very core of the Teledon emulator is a small program called vtshow.exe. It runs in the PC-DOS operating system and controls the sequencing of Teledon graphics files, either in response to user input or based on instructions in a simple text file database. And at the core of vtshow.exe, there is the MicroStar Videotext Device Interface, which parses the NAPLIPS code and renders images on screen. MicroStar was a Canadian software company that developed a number of Teledon and NAPLIPS applications back in the 1980s, and thanks to an extremely generous gift, I own a copy of their software toolkit, which is what I used to develop the VTShow application. And of course, As VT Show runs in PC DOS, it will also run in DOSBox, an emulator that enables you to play old DOS games on modern computers. Which in turn means that it can run on the web, because DOSBox has been ported to WebAssembly, a binary code format that runs in your browser. If you've ever used the Internet Archive's DOS Games collection, pictured here, a WebAssembly version of DOSBox is what enables you to play old DOS games on their site. However, if you tried to play one of their games on, say, your phone or your tablet, you would likely run into problems, as it turns out that mobile devices are not optimized to interact with 30-year-old software. This is where the architecture of the Teledon emulator starts to run up against the Digital Museum's Canada technical requirements, and this is the problem space I've been working in for the last several months. Fortunately, I am not the only one working in this domain. It turns out that other folks are quite interested in kitting out web DOSBox with modern affordances, and these folks have developed a JavaScript API to web DOSBox called JSDOS. This simplified my task significantly, although there were still some wrinkles I needed to iron out. Although there are a lot of components in play, the server side is as simple as it gets. Nothing beyond a basic web server is required to deliver the emulator over the web. The client downloads an HTML file that loads up JSDOS, which in turn initializes and runs DOSBox, which automatically loads VT Show, which displays the artwork. All very simple, really. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for, where I show you what I've been talking about up to now. Okay, so you can see that the emulator starts up pretty quickly. And I'll just clarify that what's going on the left-hand side of the screen is essentially the DOSBox emulator. So the black square with the big white letters in it, that's DOSBox, that's the emulation. And what's going on around it is the context in which the emulator is running, and largely the JS-DOS controller, along with some HTML and regular JavaScript and CSS, stuff like that. I also want to point out that this is not art we are looking at. This is a quick and dirty demo, and it is not indicative of the quality of graphical presentation that you will see in the exhibition in 2023, but should be enough to give you a sense of kind of how the emulator operates. You can see that there is translated text here and transcribed text if you move to the English version. And there are also on-screen controls that allow you to navigate with push buttons rather than relying on having an external keyboard, thus addressing a lot of the mobile requirement. You can also see that there are some contextual changes as you move through the presentation. Obviously the translated to text changes in response to what's going on inside the emulation. So do the controls. So you can see that here there's really only one input option, and only one input option appears on the screen. So again, both of these things require that the environment in which the DOSBox emulator is running knows what's going on inside of the emulation, right? It can actually track state within the emulation itself. That is actually fairly tricky to do. And the solution we came up with works well for our application. I'm not sure how generalizable it would be, but I'll give you a little more sense of what's going on inside of the emulator part, simply by breaking out of this demo application, clicking Control C here. And you can see when I do that, I drop back to a DOS prompt, right? It is indeed a little miniature DOS computer that's running inside of your web browser. I'm going to go main window only here, just so you can maybe see a little bit better what I'm about to type on the screen. Once you're at the DOS prompt, you can type DOS commands. You can do a directory listing and see what files there are inside of the emulator. Of course, this looks like it's in your file system. It's not. It's all resident in browser memory, but the DOSBox emulator thinks that it's looking at like files on a hard disk or something like that. You can see all of the naplip/teledon files that are associated with the presentation, the iDemo files. You can also see the VT Show application that I wrote with the MVDI toolkit that I mentioned earlier in the presentation. It was the fact that I had written VT-show and thus have access to the source code and can make it change its behavior that was the key to communicating state between what was going on inside the emulator and the outside world. And the specific approach we took was to create this little file vtstatus.txt. And essentially what happens is that every time VT-show, which controls the order and sequencing of the images within the presentation, every time VT-show moves to a new image, it creates a new, or it updates this VT-status file with the new information indicating where in the presentation it is. JS-DOS checks the status file every half a second or so and responds accordingly. When the status changes, it updates from a database that it reads from outside of the emulation. So essentially keeping the two sides of the application in sync using this vtstatus.txt file. I can just do a brief, just kind of type the contents briefly. So you can kind of see there isn't much information there, but just enough to let JS-DOS know what's going on and where we are in the presentation. I have to say this solution was fairly application specific, so it wouldn't be much use if, say, you wanted to do show Oregon Trail and do descriptive text and translation around it. You would basically need the source code for Oregon Trail in order to implement a solution like the one I've done here. But in this context, it does work fairly well. I will also mention that JS-DOS does not itself have an API for reading files off of an emulated file system, so I actually had to create that myself. So essentially we're using a modified version of JS-DOS, not the one that you would download from GitHub. We can just switch back to the browser view here. If we wanted to, we could restart the demo, but I think try if we use the right command. But I think we're kind of done with this one, and I'd like to move on to another similar but different emulation that's also going to be part of the exhibit. Okay, so one of the things our curator is really interested in presenting is an opportunity for exhibition visitors to create their own Teledon art, not just consume the Teledon art of other people. To that end, we're making an old Teledon Naplips drawing program available as an in-browser emulation. And with some affordances like these outside menu buttons provided by JS-DOS. It's an interesting program, and I kind of wish I had more time to show you its wonders and quirks. But at this point, I just really want to focus on that specific problem of how do people save their artworks when they're done. So there are a couple of issues here, one of which is, of course, this drawing program has a save function, but it saves to that emulated file system you saw earlier. Once the browser window closes, your files evaporate, and that's that. The other issue here is that Teledon art really it's a medium that unfolds in time. These aren't supposed to be static images, right? It's a fairly simple image, but you can sort of see here. It kind of redraws itself, and it's supposed to do that, right? You're not supposed to just see the fully formed image. Part of the joy of Teledon is seeing the image create itself, drawing itself out slowly. So just wanted to maybe add one more shape here before we proceed to save the drawing. We'll do a circle, put it right there. Oh, very nice. Okay, so you can see over on the right-hand side here, there's a button that says Start Recording. And this is the feature that we built that allows people to actually save their drawings when they're done. You can click Start Record. The drawing will play itself back. You can click Stop Recording. And a little miniature version of the drawing appears on the screen. That's not strictly speaking necessary, but looks kind of cool. And then there's a link to download the recording here. So all of this is happening in the browser. It's what we're doing here is you can save it to your local drive. What we're doing here is using a canvas recording method. So the emulator is essentially doing a screen recording of what's appearing on the canvas with a function that essentially clicks the replay button here and then records the image that appears in the sort of canvas area where the drawing program is. I wish I had more time to go into a little bit more detail around that, but I think we really are up to time here, so we'll end it there. And if anybody has any questions, please do let me know.
Okay, we have a couple of minutes for questions. We are a little bit over time into our break time. That's completely okay. We have one more speaker after this. If anyone has any questions, please do drop them in the chat. Oops, sorry. Drop them in the chat, drop them in the Q&A feature or in the notes document. I'm not seeing anything right now, but we have a minute.
I probably explained everything so well that yeah, there really isn't anything left to ask.
We have one question. Who funded what? Did InterAccess throw in?
Thank you. Yes, it's let's see. Funding has come from several sources. Digital Museums Canada was the biggest source. InterAccess threw in they're actually the lead organization in the grant application, so they put in a heck of a lot of time preparing the grant application and getting all of the necessary information in place. That's actually one of the really great things about partnering with a community-based arts organization is they're eligible for grants that I'm not eligible for, right? Like UVic can't apply for Digital Museums Canada stuff, but they can because they're the sort of target audience there. We also got some money from the Canada Council for a gallery exhibition, and for our curator got an explorations grant as well. And I got a small grant from SSHRC, an internal creative research projects grant for actually doing some forensic data recovery for the 8-inch floppy disks that the artworks originally came in on. So I think that pretty well covers it, but it's yeah, it's been really nice to see the very positive response from the granting agencies.
Any other questions? And just a reminder, if any questions do come up for you after this session, do drop them in the community notes document and we'll connect with our speakers to see if we can get some asynchronous answers for you. There's a link to it again in the chat. And with that, I think I'm going to invite our next speaker. Anson, are you here and connected?
Hey, how are you doing?
Because we have some people who joined a little bit late, I am going to read your bio one more time.
Okay.
Anson Parker works in the University of Virginia Health Science Library and specializes in accessibility mapping and community engagement through data science. He'll be presenting on wayfinding and accessibility review, from iOS LiDAR to OpenStreetMap to tactile maps, the best affordable tools of 2021. Over to you.
Okay, and I want to start out thanking Lyrasis for giving us money to work with and do more fun stuff. We received a Catalyst grant a few months ago, and that has really advanced our work pretty tremendously. That and their advocacy has been really just super supportive and super helpful. So I'm a web developer. I got about 25 years of web developing. That's my jam. And a couple of years ago, and really the only standard I've ever, there aren't great standards in web development. Everybody knows that. We try to come up with them, but there aren't a whole lot of them. And really, accessibility is one of the few standards that you can kind of, okay, it's W3C compliant. That's a good start for things. And so, a couple of years ago, somebody asked me to put a map on one of our websites, and I was like, yeah, okay, sure, let's put some maps up. Pretty standard. And then we had a few blind people come to our library, and they're like, sorry, let me turn that off. That's pretty annoying. I was like, well, shoot, I actually have no idea how we're going to produce mapping that's going to be any useful for somebody that's blind or low vision. And so I started talking to some people and got onto the Google and found out that tactile mapping was a thing. And it's like, oh, that's great, and I work at the University of Virginia. And so I started asking people, well, how would you guys make tactile maps? And we just had a blast. This turned into probably 7 or 8 departments collaborating, and I think I list them up here. But we ended up working with the drama department. We ended up working with the engineering department, biomedical engineering. The School of Architecture got involved, and the short of it all is that we really ended up honing in on laser etching, which I think was a fairly innovative process. People had done, and I'm just going to put some products that kind of helped us get started up here. TouchMapper, really neat product. Helped us kind of focus our vision on what had already been done and leveraging existing resources. And these guys, they've got 2 different technologies that they kind of provide ideas for, or templates for, essentially, coming out of OpenStreetMap. And that's when I started realizing what a tremendous resource OpenStreetMap is. So we made these maps, we got really good at them, we got really fast at it, and especially for like general wayfinding, especially in cities, we could do these tactile maps, but that got us into indoor scanning. And turns out that OpenStreetMap does terrible work with indoor mapping. And I'm going to start scanning up. If anybody really wants to dig into some stuff, we've done some neat data science for indoor mapping, but I don't think that's really ready for prime time yet. But what we started looking at was that iOS, the Mac people, had released a product, their iPads and iPhones, with LiDAR on them. I've been using LiDAR and 3D scanning for 15 years, and it's awful. It's always meant to be amazing, but it's terrible. And you end up hauling this machine in there, or you put dots on everything and you scan an object. And it's, my friend related it to like being in a Civil War photography scenario where you haul out the machines and then you set up the picture and you take the lights and you get a 3D picture. It works, but it's painful. And this iOS tool is really the first consumer grade electronics 3D scanner to hit the market. And it's rad. It really works. So I want to spend a few minutes showing, talking about a couple apps and what we've done with them to start mapping and to start bringing the 3D scanning tools that are now hopefully normalizing, and that hopefully some of you may choose to contribute with into the modern era. And so, and to do this work, we were looking at 2 different groups. We started working with the National Federation of the Blind, and then we found a local organization here in Charlottesville, Virginia, that was focused on wheelchair access. And that was a great companion product because wayfinding, indoor wayfinding is already challenging, but the real challenge, of course, is going up and down stairs versus going up and down elevators. Makes sense. People in wheelchairs tend to favor elevators. And blind people, and this is something a lot of people don't realize, really prefer stairs. If you're blind, an elevator can be really confusing. The panels are rarely easy to find, and it's hard to know which floor you're on. If you pass level 3 and somebody drives you around, there's no audible information to tell you which floor you're on, and a lot of real horror stories come out of that. So that that's kind of the background of this indoor wayfinding project, is that it really matters and it's kind of technical. So we started looking at the apps that were available in iOS, and I'm not a salesperson here, but I just think it's worth knowing a couple of the tools in case your library wants to contribute to indoor mapping. And so one of my favorites, I think, for just easy use is Polycam. And Polycam's great for just scanning a product, scanning an area. And here's a recent map we did. Hopefully it'll load in a timely manner, to go from our library to the cafeteria, and this is moving along pretty quickly. So I'm going to let it load. Hopefully this will give you a little sense of what it can do. And this is just a nice off-the-shelf tool. Anybody with an iPhone 12 Pro or an iPad has this technology already and can start using it whenever they want to. And let's see, here we go. And this is probably going to tax my internet system a little bit, but that's okay. So this is a hallway, and you're like, well, that's not terribly exciting, and I get that. But the thing that I think is neat about this is that we can start doing some measurements, right? We can start saying, well, oh, that's 3.6 meters. Well, that's plenty big for a wheelchair. And so one of the things that we're doing is coordinating scanning with evaluators, talking to this group, visitable.org, for instance, and they can go through here and say, well, that, and I think this example, is pretty basic. You're not going to find any real problems. But when we scanned a bathroom, for instance, we found some furniture that was a little too, about 32 inches, so about a meter even or thereabouts, and maybe a little less than a meter. And that was too narrow for wheelchairs. So we were able to start identifying furniture that we can move to get out of the way. And this is a really simple tool. Again, the only output that I think it really gives you off the shelf is this web output. And that may be sufficient for your needs. Again, if you're an architect or if you're a builder, that probably is sufficient for just for kind of a customer review or something like that. The next app I want to show you is the 3D Scanner app. And this one, I only show you this. It's very similar to the Polycam product, except it actually starts giving you some export files. So you can start, if you need to work with the data, if you want to do more data science evaluation process in here, you can get content out of the scanning app and into your processing tool, whether that's Python or some other pipeline that you have in mind. The 3D Scanner app will give you STL, it'll give you OBJ. If these are familiar to you, if these are not familiar, glad to drop that in chat. I'll answer things pretty much on the fly if you'd like. The other thing that's really important about this tool in particular, though, is it'll give you PLT and PLY, which are the point cloud files. And that's kind of the raw data of 3D scanning. And that's, if you're a data scientist, you really like knowing where your data is. And if you caught my earlier presentation about IPFS, this is where, we're trying to put our LiDAR data into IPFS so that we can have a canonical reference of where our data has been, and then ideally delete that data as quickly as possible, because frankly, it's bulky data and it's kind of garbage. It's just too big. And it really doesn't answer the final questions that we get to in terms of routing and wayfinding. But these are both free apps, so they're good starts. Now, the next app I want to show you, and I'm really thrilled that this is a Canadian event, because I think you'll be pleased to see one of your fellow country people who has done outstanding work creating an open source product, RTATMap. And this is a really exciting, innovative, it's called a SLAM tool, simultaneous location and mapping tool. And it's really in the robotics space. And I think this is just such a cool cross-section of development, where you've got, a tool designed for robotics that does open source mapping. And this is the only open source of the three products. The other two products are closed source, although the 3D Scanner app does give you open format product. This is the only fully open source product that I have found in 3D scanning iOS space. What it's designed for is helping robots get around. And so the next part of our Lyrasis grant will be getting a drone, a flying drone from Skydio, to help us start testing indoor spaces from a drone perspective. And that's, these, just to give you a sense, I say these are affordable products, and I hope they are. The laser scanners, the cheapest laser scanner that I've used to make tactile maps, we got on Amazon for about $160, which I felt was insanely affordable. It's slow, it's not fast, but it does the job. The iPads are a little pricey. They're about $700 or $800 a piece. And the drone that we got is about $5,000, which is not cheap, but I think for an accessibility product, it's incredibly affordable and very reasonable. I guess I should, but this RTAD map, again, Matthew Labbe, very approachable people. I think that's another thing to mention, is that it is really, especially in an open source world, worth your effort to communicate with the core developers. These are people, they care about their products. Take the time to, they'll answer your emails, or at least they've answered mine, and I am not a scholar in this field. I am an amateur, and I'm a developer, and I think they appreciated our value system. That's the only real reason they would have answered my emails. It wasn't because I was contributing value technically. So hopefully that makes people feel better about reaching out. So all of that's cool, and all of these 3D scanning things are neat, and they're attractive and they're fun, but I don't think they, none of them, we haven't found any way to get from LiDAR into a real canonical wayfinding product. And so I want to spend, and Eka, could you tell me how much more time I have? Sorry.
You can take up to 5 more minutes, but then we.
Okay, great. That's great. That's all I need. So hopefully, I don't know how many people in the room have heard of OpenStreetMap. OpenStreetMap is really the Wikipedia for geospatial data, and I cannot overstate the value of having a product like this available. I work in a library, I work at a university. We're always releasing our new best ideas, and sometimes they run out of grant funding and they die, and we've got data silos all over the place, and none of them are well translated. None of them. Internationalization is always an afterthought. Accessibility, always an afterthought. Here's a product that has so much of that built into the core of its product line that I really, again, I don't think you can possibly overstate the value. And I think librarians especially, should appreciate the value of a canonical resource. But here's an example looking at UVA, and we've been able to take this product, and they actually, the ecosystem for OpenStreetMap is really enormous. So there are doing going in and manual editing this. This is a sidewalk project. We're again trying to focus on accessibility, not just in the library, but how do you get to the library, right? It's all connected. And so here, whoops, just log in. Just want to show you what it looks like and what it means, because I think it's a lot easier and a lot more approachable than most people may realize. So here I've logged in. Open Sidewalk was set up by the Taskar Center up in Washington State. It's an accessibility group at WashU. And here is a map of the product of the city of Charlottesville, where we've been doing our mapping. And diving in here, we're looking at curb cuts. So we're not just looking at sidewalks, but really looking at granularly what the crosswalks can do for people in wheelchairs. So we will dig in. Oh, good. They're starting to put in the streetlights in town. We've got a whole community group project going, and it's being student-led now, which is super exciting. So for those of you at universities, I would, if you want to connect with some of our students, I can do that, and they can help take over leadership roles. So here's a crosswalk, and I'm going to click, zoom in. Okay, so I know this street, and yeah, actually I can say that crosswalk is not curb cut. It's probably kind of a problem. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit more and edit it in real time. All right. And we're going to change that from that to a curb. And this is something we've already kind of pre-baked into this, this map. And we're going to say that it is a raised curb. And I know that, and that's problematic. We hit save. That's great. Hit save. And because it's a raised curb cut, when we turn over to the Open Route service, right, and we start working on how wheelchair routing is going to work, this is a tool that works on let's go here. Works on making routing maps available. And just to give you some background, I mean, Open Map Service, or sorry, OpenStreetMap is used by Facebook and Amazon. It is widely used. This is not something where, I think sometimes people have an idea that it is a kind of a niche product, and it's like, no, this is real. And so here we can start coming in and, right, we can start looking at wheelchair or bike or pedestrian routing. And this is all just pulling out of OpenStreetMap. So the real-time edits that we create in OpenStreetMap, things like curb cuts translate into routes for wheelchairs. And this is where we're able to go back in. We're using our 3D scanners to do fact checking. The work I was doing yesterday, for instance, was going down sidewalks, and it's so cool. You can just walk along and it's scanning in real time. But we were looking at, and I can show you right here because there's one right there. There is an electric pole right outside my house, and it only provides 28 inches on the sidewalk. All right, you can't get by there if you're in a wheelchair, and it's pretty awful. People will be coming up my street, and it's not an easy street, and they're in the road in a wheelchair because they have to be. So it's tremendously problematic, and so we're looking at LiDAR, something that can give us around 3 centimeter accuracy reliably. To help diagnose these issues in the library and in the community. And I think it's a pretty neat space. Again, if anybody would like to participate, we have, we've got community groups that are meeting pretty regularly. I'll put those in the document. And we're certainly on Slack at codeforcville.org. And the Lyricist group has funded us, so we meet with them fairly regularly to keep updates, and we will have some iPads available if anybody is serious and wants to produce some work. We would love to share some of the tools that we've purchased with the community. I'd like to take questions if anybody has any.
We can take a minute for questions. If anyone has any, drop them in the chat, drop them in the Q&A or the notes document.
Otherwise, yeah, I mean, I would really recommend tactile maps for low vision.
Are you seeing that?
Sustainability problem. I don't know. I think that's what the community's for. I mean, if you make a mess on a sidewalk, I will tell you that I was corrected by somebody in the Netherlands on my OpenStreetMap edits. I think if you think it's your personal responsibility to take care of the whole thing, sure. But I think you're going to be a small cog in a really big machine. And if you take that approach, you're fine. Ideally, I think we would be able to get ephemeral data, the things that actually, when you talk to blind people about the events they want to go to, the things that make them nervous are things like job fairs in places that they're already familiar, but may not have visited with posters and tables in the same space. So I think what we would like to be able to produce is you scan the space in a timely manner, print a 3D tactile map in a timely manner, and make that available readily. And timely to me is 20 or 30 minutes on our faster laser printers over at the architecture school. So, yeah, I don't find it too scary.
Any other questions?
All right.
And I'm not seeing any come in, so I encourage you to drop them in the notes document. And Anson, if you could look and answer any that do come up.
I will be glad to, absolutely. And it's anson@virginia.edu. Take care and have a great day, y'all.
Thanks. James, I think it's over to you now. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and we have some programming for you during the break. But of course, there's no pressure to stick around, so feel free to stretch your legs, get a drink, just generally have a relaxing time. We're going to be back relatively soon. This is a live sloth cam from the Honolulu Zoo, and the sloth is living its best life. So take some inspiration from that. Bye, everyone.
All right, thanks everybody. We hope you enjoyed this sloth break or whatever you ended up doing with that little bit of time, and hope that you're feeling a little bit rested and ready to get back into things with our keynotes here. I am really pleased to be speaking to you today from the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish in Vancouver, BC. And I have the privilege today of introducing you to our two keynotes coming from different parts of the world. I'm just going to get Eka unpinned here. Is everyone still seeing Eka pinned in their screen? I just want to make sure our speakers get to be in the middle there. Okay, perfect. It's just me then. Awesome. I will proceed then. Thank you for your patience. There we go. Opening up. All right, so to get started today, I'll introduce you to our first keynote speaker. Dr. Jonathan Dewar has spent most of his 20-plus year career directing research and knowledge translation initiatives on behalf of Indigenous-governed NGOs. Jonathan is of mixed heritage, descended from French-Canadian, Scottish-Canadian, and Huron-Wendat grandparents, and he received a doctorate from the School of Indigenous and Canadian Studies at Carleton University, where his research focused on the role of the arts in health, healing, and reconciliation. He is the Chief Executive Officer of the First Nations Government Information Center. Our second keynote speaker, coming to us from a very different time zone, thank you very much, Tahu. Tahu Kukutai is an Indigenous academic from Aotearoa, or New Zealand, who belongs to the Ngati Tipa, Ngati Kinohaku, Teapori tribes. Tahu is professor of demography at the University of Waikato, where she specializes in Maori and Indigenous demography and Indigenous data sovereignty. Tahu has undertaken research for numerous tribes, Maori communities, and government agencies, and provided strategic advice across a range of sectors. She is a founding member of the Maori Data Sovereignty Network and is also a technical advisor to the Tribal Leaders Data Group. Tahu's co-edited books, Indigenous Data Sovereignty, Toward an Agenda, and Indigenous Data Sovereignty and Policy are both open access. She has spent many hours in public repositories finding and digitizing information for a digital archive and genealogical database created for one of her tribes. Tahu has degrees in history, demography, and sociology from the University of Waikato and Stanford University. She was previously a journalist. And so to get things started today, I'm going to turn things over to Jonathan. Jonathan, you can feel free to share your screen or let me know if you have any trouble. And thank you again for being with us here today. I really appreciate it.
Can you hear me? We'll start with that.
Perfect. You sound great. I see your slides.
Can you hear me?
All right, I can hear you.
I'm seeing Tahu nod, but can anyone else hear me? You can hear me. Perfect. So I'm going to go to slideshow and make sure that you see the presentation properly. And now I can't see any of you, but could you just give me a heads up that you can still hear me?
Yes.
Rebecca? Somebody? Thank you. Okay, I'll go ahead and hopefully for some reason you can no longer see slides or hear my voice. So thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you for the invitation. It's going to be a pleasure to present to this community of library technology. Hopefully what I have to say you will find of interest. I think you will. There are certainly components of what I'm going to talk about that are absolutely relevant to the work that all of you do. And then hopefully as a follow-up, whether in questions or in correspondence or subsequent conversations, we can talk about how our work intersects even more. Just to add to the introduction that was provided, my First Nations roots are through my maternal grandmother and are specific to the Huron-Wendat community of Wendake. Though I myself was not raised in the community, it's through research and other activities, including the arts and archival work that I have built my career and many meaningful connections. So I'm pleased to share with you today the work that I do with my colleagues at the First Nations Information Governance Center And I am specifically going to talk about our First Nations data governance strategy. And so to get there, I'm going to tell a high-level, broad overview, essentially the history of our organization and the work we do, to get into our most recent significant piece of work, which is this data governance strategy. And I think that's where you'll see, among other things, you'll see why I think this is important information for those of you working in these library spaces, and particularly the technology sectors within library spaces. So I will go to the next slide. You probably don't have to ask yourself why an organization like the First Nations Information Governance Center exists, but I'll tell you nonetheless. So we exist because of this specific legacy of unethical research and information gathering. So there's a long history of First Nation peoples and communities being subjects of research, literature written from a colonial perspective, often from a deficits-based perspective, which results in a limited representation and often stereotypical and damaging depictions of First Nations people. And then, of course, this legacy of unethical research practices experienced by First Nations communities has led to mistrust in research and information sharing with non-First Nations researchers, institutions, and very importantly, governments. The big concept that we have to wrap our heads around when we're talking about the work that FNIGC does is this notion of First Nations data sovereignty. Now, Tahu, my colleague from Aotearoa, kia ora, Tahu will talk about data sovereignty from a Maori perspective and from the work that she's done in the area of Indigenous data sovereignty. And so Indigenous data sovereignty is an important term. Though in Canada, and talking to Canadian colleagues, I want to make sure that we distinguish within Canada that we're talking about First Nations, Inuit, and the Métis Nation as distinct from one from the other. And so notions of data sovereignty are distinct to First Nations, Inuit, and Métis Nation populations. So in the case of First Nations data sovereignty is the inherent right to exercise authority over First Nations data and information. It includes the right to govern the collection, ownership, and application of data, to protect the traditional knowledge, cultural expressions, and intellectual property of First Nations. It reflects the First Nations' desires and interests to manage information in ways that are consistent with the nation's laws, practices, and customs. And it's a crucial step toward a nation's exercise of self-governance and self-determination. So that gets to the work that we do. FNIGC has been a standalone organization for almost 12 years, but our work actually goes back to the mid to late 1990s, and specifically the work to develop what is now known as the Regional Health Survey. So that is a national survey, but it is region by region by region national survey. We're also best known for the development of what are known as the OCAP principles, and I'll come back to that in a moment. We have a specific slide on that. So if you've heard of us, it's likely because of our work doing that national survey work, most notably the longstanding and influential Regional Health Survey, or education and training work around the OCAP principles. We are a First Nations not-for-profit corporation incorporated in 2010. We have a special mandate from the National Assembly of First Nations Chiefs in Assembly. We're guided by principles, research ethics, and a cultural framework developed by First Nations for First Nations. And what's important to understand about how we govern ourselves in this work, and again, governance is in the title of our organization, though of course it's information governance. Governance of how we do our work is also essential. And so what I think people need to know is that in the case of the way we work, it is nations choosing to come together within the defined regions in Canada, of which there are 10. They do that through appropriate regional processes that they've endorsed. And then those regions choose to come together to do work that is best done or necessarily done at a national level. We have a vision that says FNIGC envisions that every First Nation will achieve data sovereignty in alignment with its distinct worldview. So acknowledging the diversity across and within First Nations in Canada. And then of course, the mission follows the vision. With First Nations, we assert data sovereignty and support the development of information governance and management at the community level through regional and national partnerships. We adhere to free, prior, and informed consent, respect nation-to-nation relationships, and recognize the distinct customs of nations. We have core strategic objectives. Our approach is community-driven and nation-based. You're going to see that repeated when we get to the work of the First Nations Data Governance Strategy, the main focus of this presentation today. Our data are inclusive, meaningful, and relevant to First Nations. Our tools are effective, adaptable, and accessible, and our partnerships connect regions to strengthen data sovereignty. The nutshell or elevator pitch of what FNIGC does is, as I said, national surveys. We also do research that aligns with our strategic direction and principles and priorities that have been established for us. We also do research on data sovereignty and information governance. And then lastly, we focus on education, training, and capacity development. And those are in the areas of data sovereignty, information governance and management, of course, the First Nations principles of OCAP, and then, as I said, the main focus of today's presentation, our First Nations data governance strategy. So what are the OCAP principles? Well, OCAP stands for ownership, control, access, and possession. So as we were developing this first ever by First Nations for First Nations National Health Survey, there was a need to understand how we could do this work ethically. And this is how these principles were developed. And so the principles of ownership, control, and access, later possession, OCAP, were developed to support the work of our national survey work and beyond, which is why it's a significant focus of the work we do under education, training, and capacity development. So the OCAP principles are involved in the collection, protection, use, and sharing of First Nations data. It's a tool for the benefit of First Nations communities and our partners. So it is meant to benefit community while the OCAP principles help ensure that work benefits community while minimizing harm. The OCAP principles support self-determination and preservation and development of culture. What's important to know about the OCAP principles is they are a set of principles. So at the level of FNIGC, a national organization, a non-rights and title holding organization, we work at the level of principle. The important distinction for you to understand is that it is rights and title holders who can express OCAP. So rights and title holders can define ownership, control, access, and possession and implement it in alignment with their laws, with their worldview, what have you. So that's the important distinction there is we can talk about principles, but we must understand that rights holding First Nations are the ones to determine how a partner works with them in quote unquote compliance with the OCAP principles as set by the rights and title holders themselves. Now, most recently, a significant focus of our work has been the development of what we call the First Nations Data Governance Strategy. So you can see here that in 2016, we received formal direction from our national leadership via this resolution. This resolution called for 4 distinct elements: engagement on data governance between First Nations leadership within each region, the establishment of a First Nations data governance champion in each of those 10 regions, the development of fully functional regional First Nations information governance centers, and then lastly, the establishment of a national First Nations data governance strategy. Now that was in 2016. National chiefs in assembly resolutions don't come out of thin air. So this work is actually years old, leading up to the support provided to First Nations leadership so that they could put forward this very precise call for what leadership wanted to see going forward. And of course, that was done in 2016. Fast forward to 2018, and for the first time ever, we saw the First Nations Information Governance Center in a federal budget. So budget 2018 included an investment, a relatively small investment, but a significant investment nonetheless of $2.5 million to FNIGC and its partners to design a national data governance strategy and coordinate the establishment of regional information governance centers. So those of you with eagle eyes, as library folks tend to have, you'll see that the federal government chose to invest in two elements that our national leadership called for. I'll come back to how we responded to that. You'll see that we are in fact advancing all of those objectives set by our national leadership. So from spring 2018, when that investment was made, we did a number of engagement activities, including a national summit. And you can see here some of the direction we received at that national summit is captured in this illustration. Importantly, we delivered that work a year early. So after 2 years, we delivered the First Nations Data Governance Strategy, March 31st of 2020. And so the strategy is anchored in a robust strategic framework which provides a clear vision for achieving tangible outcomes that meet both First Nations and Canada's needs, a set of First Nations guiding principles, and 9 strategic pillars where capacities must be built. So it's those last 2 bullets I want to focus on there. Nonetheless, this work provides a concrete path towards First Nations data sovereignty. So the image at the top of the screen, you can see there the red flower looking image. Those are 8 thematic areas under which there are 33 distinct principles. So those are those guiding principles that were set for us. And then at the bottom, you'll see what we call our pillars. Now, importantly, 2 of those pillars are horizontal and cross-cutting. They're foundational in that we must establish them first, and then they cut through all the other pillars in ongoing fashion to support their work. And I know that's quite small, so I'll just read off what the pillars are. Rights holders, the first one, number 1, data governance. The second one, number 2, First Nations digital infrastructure and human resources. And then number 3, rights holders, relationship management. Number 4, First Nations data access and repatriation. Number 5, First Nations data collection, discovery, and the bridging of gaps. Number 6, First Nations data standards and interoperability. Number 7, First Nations data management. Number 8, First Nations data trust, ethics, and OCAP implementation. And then lastly, number 9, data relationship management with other levels of government and partners. When we submitted that report with the strategy framework in March of 2020, we asked for 2 things. First, we asked for bridge funding to allow us to continue the work of pre-implementation. So knowing that we would need to see a larger investment in the actual implementation of the strategy and the distinct phases that we proposed, we asked for bridge funding. That was received, and we have completed that work of pre-implementation. And then the big ask in the strategy document was the establishment of First Nation data champions at the regional and national levels. So again, that's what was called for by our national leadership. The federal government chose to support the development of a strategy, and our strategy, of course, centered the need for First Nation data champions, or as we reframed it, data champion teams in each of the regions and at the national level, acknowledging that what is needed is dedicated capacity, dedicated institution building capacity in each of the regions and at the national level to do this implementation work. We cannot build institutions without having dedicated capacity. People cannot do this work off the corner of their desk as we have for decades and decades and decades. So this is very significant. Our pre-implementation work, building on what we proposed in the strategy in 2020, led to this significant development, which was this past spring's federal budget 2021 announcement. There was an item in the budget called Support for Indigenous-Led Data Strategies, and the bullet specific to our work was a proposed investment of $73.5 million over 3 years, starting in this fiscal year, to continue work toward the development and implementation of a First Nations data governance strategy. So I talked about the need for us to have dedicated capacity, the human beings, to do the work. Well, we can't employ those people without the financial investment. So here we see it in a federal budget. Now, we did have that pesky federal election not long after the federal budget came out. But fortunately, the result allowed us to get right back to work. And we are working with our federal partners to work towards drawing down on that funding so that we can truly begin implementation of the strategy. I'm going to wrap up in the next couple of minutes here so we have time for questions if there are any. And I'll go quickly through these slides. There's a lot of words on them. I'm happy to share this information. It is, of course, available on our website as well. So more words on slides than I will probably read, but I'll give you the high-level overview. So what's the strategy about? Well, the strategy offers a path for First Nations to achieve data sovereignty, which, as we've said, is the cornerstone of nation rebuilding. The strategy is anchored in community-driven and nation-based collaborative principles. So communities are places where people live. So community-driven, people on the ground giving us direction. And then nation-based is meant to honor the way that First Nations themselves identify. So, we have the Tanaka in the West, and we have the Mi'kmaq in the East, and we have many other First Nations across the country. Nations will choose how they come together. Nations will choose how they direct this work, but ultimately community-driven, grassroots-driven, and nation-based. This is again about nations choosing to come together in each region to establish an independent information governance body and an independent information governance center. And then those regional centers choosing to come together to do work that is best done or necessarily done at a national level. So again, how do we get there? Well, first we need that capacity. We will establish data champion teams. That's first how we will draw down on that federal funding and expend it, is to establish that capacity in each region and at the national level. Once established, the regional centers will have two focuses. They will serve the unique information needs of nations in the region at a variety of levels, and as members of a national network of regional centers carrying out collaborative, collective work that is best done or necessarily done at a national level. So those two focuses are very important. Nations choosing to come together in a region, able to serve communities and nations or collectives within regional contexts. And of course, they will continue, as they currently do in the work of FNIGC, to come together to do work that we must do at the national level. Now, when will all of this happen? You've already seen a number of dates to show that we are making progress, slow though it may be. We acknowledge that it takes years to build institutions from the ground up. And so the first step is always the most important step. And we really are at that first step. We're calling this phase 1 implementation. We will set milestones. We will give our regional partners, the nations and communities within our regions, the time and the space to create as they see fit, to build in their own image, to experiment, to plan, and then ultimately to use that dedicated capacity to build up. We will work with regions to ensure that they can advance at their own pace, but the idea is that no one will be left behind. That capacity that's established will allow regions to advance towards the same goals and objectives, the same milestones, but at their own pace, with the appropriate support from the national level as required. And then key progress to date, you'll see some of the dates that I've already mentioned, from 2016 to where we are now, getting to be quite late in 2021, still looking to our federal partners on how we will draw down on those funds. We are about to embark on the exciting work of establishing that foundation of dedicated capacity to build up institutions. That will first start with governance work, and of course, assessing what our communities need, what their aspirations are, and then what we can do on what timeline. So once established in the next, hopefully, few months, perhaps next year, these data champion teams in each regions, that will be their focus, establishing the governance structures required to guide the work, and then beginning to work with communities and organizations that serve First Nations to determine what they as data users need. And then we will move forward collectively with our national team within FNIGC coordinating that work. So that's the overview. Thank you very much for your attention. I certainly look forward to many conversations in the coming months and years with people working in your sector as we unpack how these regional information governance centers and our work at the national level may overlap with your work. Miigwech.
Apologies, of course I'm muted. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Really appreciate that update on your fantastic work with First Nations data governance. We do have a question in the chat from Eugene Barsky. He asks a question regarding pillars 5, 6, and 7. Is there a specific plan to implement data interoperability and discovery between systems under the OCAP principles?
Oh, that's not a small question. So the answer is, of course, yes. What that will look like is the part of the question that I can't answer. Those of you who are in Canada and are familiar with Canada's data governance regime, you'll certainly understand, particularly on the health information side of things, just how chaotic things can be in Canada, how we are not world leaders in Canada. So there are many conversations happening on the health information front in particular around how Canada can do better. Now, our part in that conversation is appropriate to the size of our population, but also appropriate to the nation-to-nation relationship that Canada espouses. Certainly that this government, in the words of our Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, the nation-to-nation relationship is, of course, central to this. So yes, as we build, we will ensure interoperability across our system. And the intention is, of course, that we will ensure, where appropriate, interoperability with Canadian systems. And as I've said, Canada's not doing a world-leading job yet, though we hope to see the investments that will get Canada there. And then Canada and First Nations will be able to meet and wield tools appropriately. So what we are today and what we're proposing to build is a tool for First Nations to wield to meet their aims, but in partnership with Canada and provinces and territories where appropriate. We'll continue to wield Canadian institutions, and it may be that where appropriate, Canadian governments, Canadian partners will wield First Nations tools. And so, yes, we are building in that direction. What it looks like, I can't say with certainty yet.
Great, thank you very much, Jonathan. Eugene, do you have any follow-up there? I think we'll probably leave it there for now. I'll leave the floor open, maybe if anyone else. Okay, perfect, thanks. If anyone else wants to come in the chat or Q&A, we do have a couple more minutes with Jonathan here for Q&A. If not, maybe I'll ask a question if that's all right. Thinking about the audience we have here today, a lot of it sounds like a lot of this work is still happening at the strategic level with the establishment of your regional capacity. Is there any takeaway maybe we could have as various levels of library technologists working with systems? We have some level of decision-making power, most of us, sometimes limited. Is there anything that we can take away from this about how we can start maybe integrating some of the OCAP principles, many of the things you've talked about into our day-to-day work?
Yeah, so integrating OCAP, I mean, that's a conversation we've been having for close to 25 years since the inception of the OCAP principles. You certainly need to be aware. I think all of you as professionals in the institutions you're working within, in your communities of practice that you engage with, you should do more though than just be aware. You should really be expert in what First Nations partners need and want, and how First Nations partners intend to partner with you, but potentially wield you for their own goals and aspirations. So we offer education and training. I would encourage people to visit our website and see how you can get from general awareness to, a more precise expertise in the context, the history, and then the wielding of specific tools like OCAP. And I gave you sort of a basic understanding of, the difference between principle and how a rights and title holding First Nation would choose to implement OCAP. So those are the kinds of distinctions that people need to understand. And then I'll leave you with this, which is that one of the messages that we give is we say this to the federal government, to provincial territorial governments, and then entities working at those various levels. And so that would include the post-secondary sector, libraries and archives, research centers at that post-secondary level or beyond, is we expect Canadian strategies to align with our First Nation strategies. So wherever you're talking about work that is strategic on your side of things, and you know First Nations are a part of that landscape, a partner in the work that you're doing, you need to do the work to ensure that the strategy development, the strategy implementation that you're embarking on aligns with our strategies. That would be, I would humbly argue, that would be evidence of putting reconciliation into action. So moving beyond the symbolic gestures of reconciliation to the truly substantive, investing in, and then the truly systemic, changing the way you do things to ensure that you're working in true nation-to-nation relationship, allyship relationship, whatever it needs to be defined as, you're working in a true expression of the best relationship with First Nations.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Lots for this group to take away and think about. I really appreciate your time again. And if we have more time, we'll see if we have more time for more of a discussion and questions afterwards. For now, thank you again, Jonathan, and I will turn it over to our second keynote today, Tahu Kutai. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'm going to see if I can share my screen. I'm running off 2 screens today, so fingers crossed this works for me. Can everybody see that okay? Yes, great. I always like that yes word. Okay, so tēnā koutou katoa, ko te mea tuatahi, e mihi ana ki ngā mana whenua, ngā iwi takitaki o reira, mai I kōneki I te rohi o Waikato. Ki aku hoa, ko Jonathan, miharo rau atu tu kōrero, hare ko te nākau ki te rongo. Ki ngā kaiarahi o tēneki hui, ngā mihi nui, ki a koutou, kua huhui mai I te ata nei, tēnā rā koutou katoa. So greetings everyone. First, I want to extend my acknowledgement to the Indigenous peoples of your lands, from mine here in Waikato in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Thank you, Rebecca, for your kind introduction and also for the invitation to speak. I'm really delighted to be sharing this keynote session with Jonathan. We've actually shared a keynote session before at a data ethics conference here in Aotearoa, in person, pre-pandemic, which seems like a really long time ago, particularly now as we find ourselves in lockdown here in Aotearoa, in the region that I'm in. It's really wonderful to hear about the really exciting data governance work that the FNIGC is currently undertaking, which Jonathan has shared with us today. And certainly, the leadership and the commitment of FNIGC has always been very inspiring for us here in Aotearoa. So I belong to the Hapu and the Iwi, the tribes and the sub-tribes of Ngāti Tipa, Ngāti Kino Haku and Te Aupōuri. And as Rebecca noted, my day job is a professor of demography at the University of Waikato. And I'm also Pō Maturua, or co-director of Ngā Pai o Te Māramatanga, which is Aotearoa, New Zealand's only Indigenous Centre of Research Excellence. So today I want to carry on the theme that Jonathan started on Indigenous data sovereignty and governance. And I do so as a researcher and scholar, but also as an advocate and an activist and an advisor to both central government and tribal governments. Now, this might sound like a confusing array of hats to wear, but it's not that unusual for Indigenous academics to wear multiple hats at any given time. And for me, I try to keep it simple and to always remember what my why is. And for me, the why I do this work and why I think it matters, the why is about putting Indigenous data in Indigenous hands for Indigenous benefit. And so for the next 25 minutes or so, I just want to unpack a little about what that means. Now can I get past the first slide is a real question. Okay, hopefully everyone can see that. I can see this is going to be interesting running dual screens. So hopefully you can see this picture, and I want to start with a picture of my dad. I once asked a very famous Indigenous academic who I respect greatly whether it was a good idea to do research with family, and she said pretty bluntly, don't do it. And it sounded like pretty sage advice, especially for a demographer, because demographers tend to do research from the desktop using secondary data that somebody else has collected. So it's a bit surprising for me now that I'm engaged in a major research project working with my dad and many of my relatives, and I'll get to that story in a bit. But this picture of my dad, who is not an academic, is in the National Library in Porneke or Wellington, the capital city. And on this day, we identified and digitized what we needed. And then my dad decided to take a look at one last item. And it's a manuscript of unknown provenance that contains the genealogies of many of the tribes and the sub-tribes from the Waikato Confederation that we are from. It's a very large genealogy. As you can see, it's when rolled out, it covers many tables, maybe close to 10 feet. And this day was an important one because it marked the beginning of our journey of putting Indigenous data in Indigenous hands, a journey which took our information back from the archives and into our own places and spaces, back to our people. So I'll come back to this research journey with my dad, but first I want to talk briefly about Indigenous data sovereignty more broadly in the global and the Aotearoa New Zealand context. Thank you, Jonathan, for already priming our audience about what Indigenous data sovereignty is. You gave a great definition, which basically aligns very closely with the one that I'm showing here, but I'll give it anyway. And this slide comes from one of my colleagues and friends, Assistant Professor Stephanie Russo-Carroll, who's a founding member of the United States Indigenous Data Sovereignty Network. And here we can see that Indigenous data sovereignty refers to the rights of Indigenous peoples and nations to govern the collection, ownership, and application of their own data. And this is different to mainstream concepts of data sovereignty, which relate to jurisdictional rights. Indigenous data sovereignty derives from the inherent rights to govern people, lands, and resources, its genesis and traditions, roles and responsibilities for the use of community held information. Indigenous data sovereignty is positioned within a human rights framework in court cases, within domestic treaties, and our own forms of recognition. And critical here, particularly from mainstream understandings of data, is that the knowledge belongs to the collective, and it's fundamental to who we are as peoples. So in the early days of the Indigenous data sovereignty movement in Aotearoa, which began here in 2015, quite some time after the FNIGC in Canada, the question would arise, what Māori data do Māori want sovereignty over? In other words, what are Māori data? So here I'm taking the definition used by Te Mana Raraunga, which is the Māori Data Sovereignty Network. You can find their principles and resources on their website. It's pretty easy to find if you do a Google search. And in terms of the definition of Māori data, you can see that it's a pretty broad one, where Māori data refers to the information or knowledge in a digital or digitizable form, so born digital or made digital, that is about or from Māori peoples and our environments, regardless of who controls it. And this is a very important point because, an artifact of being part of a colonial settler state is that much of our data and knowledge has been captured and stored and is controlled, by the colonial settler state and the institutions. And so if we limited a definition of Māori data solely to the data that we have control over, it would be a very narrow definition indeed. So data or data from Māori, which is self-generated. Some examples of this includes tribal registers, data from Māori organisations and Māori businesses, what we call mātauranga Māori, or mātauranga ahapu a-iwi, which is knowledge and ways of knowing from our tribes and communities, oral histories and oral traditions. Also included in that is data about Māori as individuals or collectives. So this, as a demographer, this is very much the sort of bread and butter of what demographers use, data from the census, administrative government data and health data, for example, and data about Māori resources and environment. So this would include Māori land information, water information, and other types of environmental data. So there has been a real growth in Indigenous data sovereignty networks over the past 5 or 6 years. We have now, as I've said, Indigenous data sovereignty network here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. There's 2 in Australia, also in the United States, with growing interest in the Pacific, Scandinavia, Mexico, South America, and Southeast Asia. And these sites of activism and advocacy build on the foundations laid by, of course, the pioneering FNIGC in Canada, which is widely regarded as the original IDSOV network. There's now at least 2 international IDSOV networks known as the Global Indigenous Data Alliance, or GIDA, which has its own website, which you can find. And collectively, the Indigenous scholars, practitioners, and activists involved in these networks have advanced the increasing recognition of Indigenous data sovereignty as both an expression and an enabler of Indigenous rights, Indigenous well-being, and Indigenous self-determination. There's also a growing sense that Indigenous data sovereignty offers an alternative and potentially transformative vision of what good data practices look like, with possible benefits extending beyond Indigenous communities to other communities. Most networks have published their own Indigenous data sovereignty charters, principles, and guidelines. You can see here the principles of Māori data sovereignty, as well as the GIDA principles for CARE principles for Indigenous data governance, with CARE standing for collective benefit, authority to control, responsibility, and ethics. All of the networks are engaged in public advocacy and media commentary around specific Indigenous data sovereignty issues, particularly during the pandemic and the disproportionate impacts on Indigenous communities in many countries, including here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. There is increasing global recognition of Indigenous data sovereignty. There's a lot of documents which I don't have the time to go into, but I'll just highlight a few which are important. One is the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the Right to Privacy, the Big Data Open Data Task Force report, and also the recommendations on the protection and use of health-related data actually have a whole chapter dedicated to the importance of our national governments taking account of Indigenous data sovereignty in their use of health-related data. There's a COVID-19 Indigenous data guidelines for the Research Data Alliance, which is an international network that many of you will probably know about, and the UNESCO recommendation on open science. Here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, Indigenous data sovereignty provisions are embedded in the new National Ethical Standards for Health and Disability Research and Quality Improvement. There is now a process which shares some similarities, but also important differences with the data governance strategy that Jonathan talks so eloquently about. So at the moment, there's a Māori data governance model that's been co-designed between the tribes and the New Zealand government agencies. It's a governance model for all government-held data, and this is an initiative of the Government Chief Data Steward and the Tribal Leaders Forum, and I'm involved in that. It's just started and will take some time. But it's worth, I think, noting a recent scientific collections and databases review that noted that Indigenous data sovereignty is an emerging policy area, but it's yet to be addressed in any systematic manner. And Indigenous issues are still largely unaddressed in collections and database investment plans or strategies. So there is still much to do in many domains. So this is a slide from my colleague, Assistant Professor Russo Carroll, relating to some of the infrastructure challenges when it comes to Indigenous data and knowledge. So she captures them really well. She did this for the US context, but it definitely resonates in the Aotearoa New Zealand context. And that is that every Indigenous community has enormous collections of tangible and intangible cultural material, knowledge and data held in archives, museums and libraries and repositories and other online databases. Significant information about these collections, including individual and community names and proper provenance information, is missing. Indigenous peoples and communities are largely not the legal rights holders, and issues of responsibility and ownership, as well as the incomplete and significant mistakes in the metadata, continue into the digital lives of this material. And there are more researchers working and collecting data and samples from Indigenous communities than ever before, generating vast amounts of new data. Thank you, Stephanie. So given these challenges and issues, we know that we need a whole lot of different kinds of levers, practical tools, policy and legislation, legal tools, formal standards, investment mechanisms to move from an extractive, transactional, colonial data practices and genuinely, I think as Jonathan said so well, reconfigure the power relationships in order to put Indigenous data in Indigenous hands. I don't have time to give lots of examples, but I'll talk very briefly about two examples in Australia where where there are two Indigenous data sovereignty networks and really excellent work being done there by Indigenous data sovereignty researchers and activists, including Professors Maggie Walter in Tasmania and Ray Lovett in Canberra. So this is the IATSIS Code of Ethics for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Research. Or IATSIS. And IATSIS is an Australian government statutory authority based in Canberra that is Indigenous-led and Indigenous serving. It has more than 1 million items related to Australian, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cultures and histories. And the IATSIS Code of Ethics, which was adopted last year, applies to academic research carried out in and by universities and public funded research agencies, governments and the private sector. And its scope extends to human research, archival research and the reuse of data, formal evaluation and any other research activity. So it's very comprehensive. And I've just, so here on this slide is just a couple of parts of the code which are particularly relevant to Indigenous data sovereignty. And one is that it stipulates that Indigenous people have the right to manage the collection, the use and the interpretation of their data, that the contribution of Indigenous people's knowledge, resources and access to data should be acknowledged by ongoing ownership, control and access to the research results, and that researchers must apply both the principles of fair, findability, accessibility, interoperability and reusability, and the care principles of Indigenous data governance. And at the University of Tasmania, where Professor Walter has been based for quite some time, the cultural institutional labels from local context, which some of you may be familiar with, have been introduced there. The CI labels and the traditional knowledge labels are mainly used in mainstream institutions that hold Indigenous material and want to signal their intent to collaborate with Indigenous communities to develop more responsive stewardship practices. And the CI labels have been introduced to the University of Tasmania, which holds a number of very important cultural treasures from local Aboriginal communities. So there are a range of options available to institutions that are holders or stewards of Indigenous data, broadly defined, and they vary along a spectrum from very strong to quite soft options, and they serve different purposes. For me, I guess the position that I've come to is that Indigenous data governance is extremely important. And like I said, I'm involved in current efforts underway to co-design a Māori data governance approach for government-held data. But essentially the position that I've come to arrive at, and I've written about this at some length with my friend and colleague, Donna Cormack, who was also a founding member of the Data Sovereignty Network here, is really that the substance and the fullness of Indigenous data sovereignty can't be realised within the architecture of the colonial settler state. In Aotearoa, New Zealand, the approach to Indigenous policy has long been to contain and manage rather than to enable genuine forms of Indigenous self-determination or autonomy. to give full effect to Indigenous data sovereignty, that is for Indigenous peoples to determine the means of collection, access, analysis, interpretation, management, dissemination, and reuse of data from or pertaining to us, requires a level of Indigenous power and autonomy within state systems that does not currently exist. And this is a real barrier to realizing a substantive form of data sovereignty. So for the latter to occur requires a radical alternative to the colonial project outside of settler state structures. And I think this is very much what Jonathan was talking about. To realize the substance rather than the shadow of Indigenous data sovereignty, Māori need to be able to freely determine the shape and the form of our own data ecosystems. And the foundations of these digital data systems need to be built on our own tikanga, our ethical practices, principles, and processes for what is tika or right in a given context, our own mātauranga, which is our knowledge systems and ways of knowing, and our own priorities. So I want to finish by talking about a small attempt at a radical alternative amongst my own people of Ngāti Tipa. So hopefully you can see this map well. Ngāti Tipa are one of the hapu, or the sub-tribes of the Waikato Tribal Confederation. Tipa was a male ancestor who lived around the mid-17th century and was connected through genealogy to many of the hapu along our ancestral river, which you can see is the blue winding river in this map, the Waikato River, as well as iwi or tribes in adjacent areas. The people who identify today as Ngāti Tipa are mainly the descendants of Kura, who was one of Tipa's 5 daughters, and her husband, Tapauwe. The Ngāti Tipa territory is just south of Auckland, which is the country's largest city, and the area known as Te Puaha or Waikato, where the Waikato River meets the Tasman Sea. And you can see that meeting place here of this red oval pinpoints the area of land that I'll talk about soon, the Opuatia block that was allocated to Ngāti Tipa, and you can see the river there running into the Tasman Sea. So Counting Our Tupuna is a project that's funded by the Marsden Fund, and it seeks to reconstitute our ancestral population or tupuna population of Ngāti Tipa using a novel by whānau for whānau or by family for family methodology. I'm a descendant of Tipa, as are most of the Counting Our Tupuna research team, including my father. Designed as a multi-phase project, the first phase of this project attempts to identify and link all of our Ngāti Tipa ancestors born between around 1800 and 1900. The 19th century was one of massive disruption and uncertainty. It involved widespread theft of Māori land, battles with the colonial government, demographic swamping by settlers, increased mortality through the transmission of new diseases, and the suppression of Māori political institutions, culture, and ways of being. European settlement in Aotearoa, New Zealand began in the early 1800s, but increased rapidly after the signing of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, or the Treaty of Waitangi in 1840, between Māori chiefs and representatives of Queen Victoria. Our rangatira, or chief, Kukutai, signed the treaty on behalf of Ngāti Tipa along with his oldest son, Ngāpaka. So this project focuses on a very important period of change and disruption for Ngāti Tipa. So the first years of Counting Our Tupuna has focused on data repatriation and triangulation, with the research team digitising information from nominal census lists, state and church archives, Māori land court records, colonial maps, births, deaths, and marriage records, historical newspapers, and information provided by our whānau families. In reconstructing our genealogies, information that has been foundational includes the large genealogical manuscript showing here in the top and Dad poring over it on the right-hand side that was found in the National Library with unknown provenance. An 1844 missionary census and a follow-up 1858 colonial government census, which names Ngāti Tipa men, women, and children by name. And there are many errors in there, but in the right hands, it becomes a wonderful source of ancestral information. We also have an extensive genealogy given by one of Kukutai's oldest grandchildren in an 1868 court proceeding relating to the Opuatia block, the map of which was on the earlier slide. And this contains many of the adults and children from the 1858 census, and taking those sources together, which are publicly available, they form the tuarau, the backbone of our genealogies. And we're integrating this material with information from the Raupatu Document Bank, a confiscation land data bank, a Māori Land Court minute books and block files, which have been digitized, historical newspapers, and so many other bits of information. Anything we can find, fragmented bits of us lying around in different repositories and archives around the country. Two of our Ngāti Tipa undergraduates at Waikato University have been going through historical newspapers made available online through the National Library to identify and index all the entries relating to our Ngāti Tipa ancestors and lands. So our approach has been to pull this information together into sort of genealogical matrices, which then become the focus of our wānanga, or collective thought spaces, in our own marae. So marae are our customary meeting places, and we hold regular wānanga or thought spaces at the 3 Ngāti Tipa marae. You can see here in the centre a picture of a wonderful wānanga that we had with multiple generations. We shared information together. These customary meeting places are, in many ways, our original data warehouses. Our knowledge is built into the carvings, the woven panels that adorn them. And the central photo in the middle is taken outside our main meeting house. And at the top is a carving, which we can't see in this photo, a carving of Tipa, the ancestor from whom we all descend. These wānanga are open to all Ngāti Tipa descendants, and they provide a space for the sharing of stories about our histories, our places, our sites of cultural significance, ancestors' feats, the origins and meanings of place names and people's names, and stories of the everyday. And it's at these wānanga that the process of collective remembering and learning is as valuable as the knowledge that it creates. The methodology here has been to hand over information rather than to take it. However, now families are coming forward to provide us with their own genealogies and their own information and photos, and are participating in interviews that are being captured digitally. So I'm just getting to the end. I'm mindful of the time. I just wanted to share 2 aspects. It's a multidimensional research project, but 2 aspects here which I think are important to highlight. One is the genealogical database that we've created. Initially, we just started with an off-the-shelf Roots Magic database and entered all the ancestral information into that, but then worked alongside we're very lucky to have our own sort of data warrior, Vanessa Clark, who worked Cisco Systems in the Silicon Valley for over 10 years and then came home. So she's been working with a data scientist to create our own bespoke Ngāti Tipa genealogical database, and we exported our information from Roots Magic into this using WebTree's open source code to create our own bespoke genealogical database. This database now has over 800 ancestors, and we're just about to begin the process of family validation. This chart here shows Tipa, our eponymous ancestor, and some of the generations that come from him. So the process of family validation is really important. It will not only identify errors and missing ancestors, but help to identify kaitiaki or guardians within the different ancestral lines to ensure the sustainability of this taonga or treasure for future use for future generations. This process of data repatriation and repurposing has also enabled us to make visible parts of our histories and to develop new methodologies for knowledge generation. Here is a GIS map of the Opuatia block. That was the historical map that I showed earlier. It was the 45,000 acres that was allocated to Ngāti Tipa after the 1863 confiscation of over 1 million acres of land in the Waikato region. By piecing together historic records of land alienation held by the Māori Land Court, which was set up to alienate Māori land, as well as geospatial information available through Land Information New Zealand, our GIS expert, Dr. Jessie Whitehead, who works with me at NIDIA, University of Waikato, has been able to show that today only 5% of the 45,000 acres remains in the ownership of Ngāti Tipa descendants. And this map basically shows the magnitude of alienation decade by decade. And in the 1890s, as you can see, that really dark red, a huge amount of land was alienated. So it was only within 30 years that about 2/3 of the block was actually gone. And the late 1890s and early 1900s were a really critical period of land loss, land theft and land loss for Ngāti Tipa. So this is where we ultimately will get to, and we're almost there, our own by us, for us digital pātaka or storehouse designed by Vanessa. So I'll just briefly talk through the different layers. She created this layer cake sort of graphic, and it works really well with our families because everyone intuitively understands it. And I think making it simple and accessible is really important when doing community-based research. So the bottom layer is a digitized sort of data layer, and we use the word digitized to acknowledge that we have multiple data sources, some of which may not yet be in a digital state. We have our pātaka layer. This is the physical container for the data, and we acknowledge here the breadth of the kōrero or the discourse locally and internationally about Indigenous data sovereignty, and that data are owned by those from who the data derives. And we also want our data to be stored in the Aotearoa New Zealand context. We don't want it to be offshored. The families were very clear about that. We have our tikanga layer, which is representative, enabling and provides clear lines of accountability back to our families. And the applications layer, we've built a website, which we'll be launching in a few months, which will enable descendants to opt in and then to be joined to one of their pre-1900 ancestors. So this layered approach gives us the opportunity to co-construct the requirements for the project at a granular level, the key being that Ngāti Tipa determine the must-haves or the non-negotiable aspects of the pātaka and the nice-to-haves. And we see multiple technologies as key enablers for the project. However, taking care to ensure that Ngāti Tipa mana motuhake or authority is asserted throughout, and it guides how and what we do. So this means that we collectively define our tikanga or protocols for the collection, storage, and reproduction of data. We collectively define access in terms of who can create a record, view or read a record, edit a record, delete a record, etc. And our assumptions are that there will be a need to define different levels of access, user level, admin level, super admin, etc. And we still want to ensure that we focus on capacity building across the board for each of these, as well as ensuring succession planning for future generations. We have concepts of tagging data and treatment of public source data and whānau data, depending on where it's come from. The interests and rights in the new intellectual property that may arise over the course of the project in terms of our whānau or family source data, ongoing access, attribution, and use. And this is a really careful process. There are a lot of sensitivities here. So, kia ata haere, go slow. Go slow is good. We wouldn't have been able to do this project without the wonderful Ruruhi and Koroheke, our wonderful elders who provided our guidance from day one. And these are some of our wonderful elders from Ngāti Tipa who have since passed. We're very fortunate that we were able to sit with them and capture their wisdom digitally to preserve for future generations of their children, grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren, and so on. So ngā mihi aroha, kia rātou, much love to them. But what does it mean for you all? What does this little project of ours mean for large institutions in the GLAM sector? I think it means that institutions have begun to operationalise Indigenous data sovereignty and Indigenous data governance, but there's so much more left to do. Indigenous data sovereignty and Indigenous data governance provide huge opportunities for institutions to do different models of research and stewardship with and for, not on behalf of. If there are trade-offs to be made, and open data is the language of the nomenclature of trade-offs is always used in the open data context. But if it involves Indigenous data, the decision-making must lie with Indigenous communities. An investment in Indigenous controlled data infrastructure is key. We were able to do this only because we had access to research funds. We didn't have the money ourselves to do any of this. but look what's possible when those resources are made available. And what is the role of the GLAM sector in enabling and supporting this? And I think it's always important for me to return to first principles, which is Indigenous data belongs in Indigenous hands. And to conclude, I just want to share, loop back. I like to loop back, close the loop. This is actually back to my dad, poring over again this large genealogy that we came across four years ago now. And a kōrero or words that he gave that sort of describes where we're getting to. And I'll just leave you with this. Tipa tangata, tipa whenua, tipa te iwi. Puia te putai au, te katonga whenua, te wehirua atu o rātou te aka te reinga. Hiria he oranga he painga mo te iwi, mo ake tonu atu. Tipa, the person, the land, the people. Let our science and ways of knowing flourish about our lands that were severed from us and our ancestors who have departed, so that our collective well-being may likewise flourish and endure. And I think I've talked over time. I'll end there. Thank you.
Of course, I'm muted again. I just wanted to thank you again for sharing your knowledge there today and for your beautiful words at the end there. I'll open up the floor now to questions from anyone. Feel free to raise your hands, add questions in the chat or in the Q&A. I think I see something here. Okay, so we have one from John Durno here. So his question is, how are data access permissions managed? And are some categories of data restricted to particular groups or individuals? Too many monitors. Been there. It's all in the go slow spirit. Or maybe I could give you a moment there. We did have a question that we went over before for Jonathan. Maybe if I'll give you a second, Tahu. And so this one was from Ben Hyman from Vancouver Island Regional Library. He asked, weaving regional memory infrastructure into national aspirations has proven enormously challenging in a Canadian context. Yet this very sort of scaffolding really seems relevant in the scaling and standardization efforts that you speak of. Yeah, he was interested to hear any thoughts you might have there.
Well, to borrow from something that Tahu said, I think what First Nations have to offer can be transformative for Canadians. So that paradigm that's at the root of that question, right? That Canada has struggled with regional perspectives being woven into national memory. Yeah, I don't think First Nations have the same problem, right? The problems for First Nations in terms of holding their stories and propelling those stories forward has been colonialism. So I think maybe to give a very short answer, First Nations paradigms and perspectives perhaps need to lead these conversations for the benefit of Canadian institutions. But I know precisely what you're talking about, and so that's my short answer, so that we can try to give Tahu some space if she's able to find the mute button. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I have actually found the unmute button. My monitor's doing the craziest things because now I can't get myself onto the video. But anyway, should I talk for a while?
Feel free.
Now, yeah, so the question, can you remind me of the question, please, Rebecca?
Of course. So John's question was, how are data access permissions managed? And he was wondering, are there some categories of data that are restricted to particular groups or individuals?
Oh, that's such a good question. And, this is not easy because by definition, we're all related in this project. And so just saying it's open, open to whānau or to family doesn't solve the issue. At the moment, we've only got up to 1900 and we've got about 800 ancestors. But once we enter into phase too. And I'm sure I assume you're talking about access permissions, etc., within the context of our Ngāti Tipa digital pātaka, rather than talking about the repatriation of data from mainstream repositories and institutions. Have I interpreted that right? Oh, should I just carry on in the way that I've interpreted that question? So I'm interpreting that question. I'm interpreting that question. Maybe I'll answer both. Well, first of all, we asserted our Ngāti Tipa data sovereignty. And so when we went into the mainstream archives and repatriated our data, we simply found all the data that we thought was relevant for us and digitized it and took it back into our own space, put it together and made sense of it in our own ways. So in that regard, there weren't any real access permissions to have to negotiate. This is a great thing of having digital technology. I mean, it would have been very hard to do in, say 10 years ago, 20 years ago, if we'd had to sort of like check everything out and photocopy it. But it's a lot easier now with sort of digital technology. So once back in our space, the real tricky part has been, how do we collectively develop the tikanga or the ethical processes for what should be shared, what should be seen by whom, and at what time. And we actually had a really good conversation about this about a week ago with people on the research team and also some of our families from Ngāti Tipa, because there is no easy way or quick way to answer these questions. And that's what I talked about, a careful and slow process. There are a lot of sensitivities in the data and genealogical data. And Ngāti Tipa, along with many other sub-tribes and tribes, there were very high rates of intermarriage in the 19th century, very different relationship patterns from what from those which prevailed in the settler population. But subsequently, sort of intermarriage has come to be seen as a shameful or stigmatized thing, but it was actually very normal. Marriage between relatives was entirely normal in the 19th century in Māori society. But we have to move, genealogical information can reveal all sorts of nuances. And so it's a very careful process that we have to work through collectively and make sure that families are comfortable with that. And so probably where we'll land with is that each family line will have a kaitiaki or a guardian who will sort of be representative of their family, to whom we will go to make decisions about access, permission, and use. And one of our researchers is at the moment working through a framework with families to develop basically a leadership model for the use of genealogical data. And what this framework is doing as an important part of the sort of ethical process is to identify what are the sort of roles that we need within different families to ensure the sustainable and ethical use of this resource moving forward. We need visionaries, we need guardians, we need technical expertise. And how do we grow that capacity and capability within our own families that Jonathan was talking about? And then what are the principles and values that we use in making the determination of how to use that genealogical information in a given context? So there's no really off-the-shelf answer for this. It's not a technical solution. It's one that very much has to be grounded in the priorities and the sort of aspirations of our families themselves, and that's going to take time.
Thank you so much, Dahu. Seeing some thank yous in the comments as well. All right, with that, I think we have 1 minute left before I think James is going to come in with some closing remarks. If anyone else wants to add, final question. We have a thank you, great answer from John. All right, I'll do my teacher pause and then, okay, with that, maybe, let's see. Just give me 1 more second. All right, well, maybe to take it back to sort of the question I also asked Jonathan. So I guess I was hearing a few things that I've thought a little bit about in my own job as you spoke, Tahu. One of them, obviously, that we want to get away from the idea that we're collecting things, which is kind of what we've traditionally done as libraries, and also that we want to do things fast. So I guess I'm wondering if you've run into any sort of resistance within your own institutions. I know that you work in a university at the University of Waikato, and have you had any experience maybe with that pressure to get results fast, or to maybe stick to the traditional ways of doing things, or traditional in terms of our colonial institutions? And do you have any thoughts on maybe how we can work against that and to engage with this kind of like slow approach that's focused on relationships?
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's probably 2 points there. And I think one point that I'm not sure if I made in the presentation is when we actually got the funding to do this research project, we made it very clear from the outset that the data did not belong in the university. It did not belong to the university. It would always be controlled and owned by Ngāti Tipa. And the benefit to the university is that we get to be involved in cool projects that support communities, and that we develop methodologies, and we develop ways of doing things that are different, that are transformational. But the university doesn't need to control all this stuff, doesn't need to own all of this, and it doesn't need to have its hands all over Indigenous data. And so that kind of took away some of the issues with let's make it fast, let's make it open access, we need it now, because it put the control in the hands of Ngāti Tipa. I'm a university-based researcher, but it was always very clear to me who I was working for, right? And so that made it pretty easy. But there's not many projects that are like this, that are able to take this sort of approach. Most of the data that gets collected through university research sits on university servers. It's often not evident or obvious to the communities from whom the knowledge originated or derived, where in the university it sits. There's often no sort of accessible portal, and nor is there a very clear sort of framework that ensures, or governance model that ensures, transparency, accountability, and access, much less control. So what we've argued is that actually universities really need to have, because they're in the game of collecting data, they're in the game of knowledge production, they must have Indigenous data sovereignty policies and Indigenous data governance mechanisms. That's a huge bit of work that universities need to do. There is a real appetite for Indigenous data sovereignty in Crown agencies and in universities now, which I really wouldn't have expected 5 years ago. And so many institutions are trying, want a data sovereignty or data governance plan yesterday. And they often expect Indigenous communities and Indigenous data sovereignty scholars to produce it for them for free. Jonathan, I'm sure you've come across this many times. And so when I was listening to Jonathan, he said, actually, you need to do the work. Here's the work that we've done. Now other institutions need to do the work to operationalize this in a really meaningful way in their own institutions, in their own policies, in their own practices, to ensure that it's operationalized in a really substantial way. There's huge opportunities. A lot of the work has been done by Indigenous communities, and now it's really up to mainstream institutions to create the strongest forms of data governance that they can, that will ensure that they are actually centering Indigenous communities in the ways that they operate. That may not be a fast process, but it will be the right one.
Thank you, Tahu. That's helpful. Jonathan, I've seen you nodding. Do you have anything to add to that based on your experience?
No, I mean, I'd just be repeating what Tahu said. So great long answer, Tahu. That's what we needed.
Thank you.
Was that long or
appreciate from both of you. I appreciate the kind of explicit calls to action for those of us working within libraries, whether it's in a university or elsewhere, to start actually taking meaningful steps towards building this into our own frameworks. Really appreciate everything you shared today. Yeah.
And can I just say one thing, Rebecca? You know, like I have unfailingly come across so many helpful people working in libraries and archives, and this 4 years of digital repatriation. You know, people have really gone out of their way to help us. So there are so many you know, people in the sector who really want to do the right thing and who really want to help. It's not a matter of individuals, it's a matter of organizational policy and practice. And that's where the real work needs to be done. And I guess I would just caution against the adoption of the soft forms, you know, because like I said earlier on, there's multiple sort of ways of operationalizing Indigenous data governance. And it's a spectrum. It's a spectrum, and there are quite soft measures that enable institutions to add value to their collections without really substantially changing the way that they do their work and without really substantially changing the power dynamics. And there's and then there's kind of the radical alternatives that requires institutions to step out of their comfort zone and to act and think and do differently. And my preference would always be to urge institutions to the radical alternatives, because I think that's where transformation lies. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Tahu. I just noticed we do have one more question in the chat there, and then I think probably get our chair James in here. So from Anson Parker, who I think we heard speak earlier today, he asks, the language you're speaking is strongly aligned with what blockchain developers work to build on. Have you considered that ecosystem? So maybe even more broadly, are there like technical solutions that you think could help with this? I think that's a lot of what this group thinks about. Although we understand that the relationships and the frameworks are very important as well. I think it probably more.
Yeah. Oh no, absolutely. And there are some discussions going on at the moment around, you know, what is the potential for much more when we're talking about Indigenous infrastructure, what is the potential for much more sort of distributed systems? And because, you know, inherently our society is built, and Jonathan's described this in the context of the First Nations as well, around collectives. We already have sort of an inbuilt advantage in a way, and that we have despite colonialism, and all that wrought, we still have enduring collective institutions. And in this case that I talked about, our marae, our traditional meeting places, our hapu, our sub-tribes, our iwi, our tribes, and our families. And so we have these collective institutions, which sort of, I think, would enable us really powerfully to use sort of distributed systems and technologies to actually build these sort of collectively controlled data systems. So it's probably more potential than actualized at the moment. But I think, you know, watch this space. I think there'll be an incredible amount of activity in the next 5 years.
Fantastic. Thank you. We got a comment here that an organization they're a part of is organized OCAP training in the future, and they're looking forward to it. I think one thing we'll do definitely after this conference is make sure that we share out the resources for those who likely want to learn more about OCAP after this. Is there anything else, maybe as we follow up after this week, obviously, someone else is recommending a course. Maybe are there any resources or places you'd recommend? We maybe steer sort of a group that leans mainly technical as they start learning about these. I know we've talked about, Jonathan, you mentioned that we should become kind of experts on things like OCAP and understand what that means in terms of who gets to make the decisions about how it's implemented within communities. Tahu, is there anything you'd recommend there?
Well, I mean, if it's the sort of technical, if you lean towards the technical, and then I'll hand it over to Jonathan to talk about OCAP. The research, the RDA, and I imagine some of the people in this gathering will be members of RDA. They do have an Indigenous data sovereignty interest group, and so there's quite a lot of work going on within the Research Data Alliance around the technical aspects of Indigenous data sovereignty. And there's also the IEEE. There's a work stream which are the standards, which is occurring through that around Indigenous data sort of provenance, I think, and classification. So there's various bits of work that are going on that I'm aware of. Jonathan might have more to add there around OCAP.
Sounds great, thank you. Okay, I'm just going to check in with our organizer here. Be one moment.
Hi there.
Okay, there you are.
Thanks for moderating, Rebecca, and thank you, Jonathan Tahu. It was a lot to think about. Great presentation. Again, thank you so much. So as we wrap up our first day, I think it's been a great day, and I want to again thank OCLC and the BC Library Cooperative, who have both helped make this day possible. And also thank you again to today's volunteer moderators, Rebecca, Adrienne, and and Eka. Quick reminder to please contribute ideas to our Hackfest spreadsheet. This is all on the Hackfest page of our website. If you're interested in attending or leading a local meetup, please sign up, depending on the pandemic situation where you are and your comfort level and vaccination and all of that stuff. So that concludes our main programming for today. If you're presenting tomorrow, I will be sending out emails later today with a special link. If you are registered for the opening reception, that email, I sent out an email and it didn't have a link in it because Eventbrite mangled the email. So I sent out another email. But if you're having trouble, you can always get in touch with our email, accesslibcon@gmail.com, or Twitter. We have limited space, but we do have some extra space in there if you still want to join, figure something out. So thank you very much, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Thanks again, Tahu and Jonathan. That was really great, really helpful. Great, I'll talk to you on email. Bye.